Okay, let's begin tonight's meeting. Welcome to tonight's Planning and Development Control Committee meeting. My name is Omid Miri. I am the chair of the committee. Before we start, just a few housekeeping points. The fire exit is towards the back in the lift lobby and down the stairs, and there are no fire alarm tests scheduled for tonight. And the toilets are also at the back in the lift lobby. Moving on to item 1, apologies for absence, and we have no apologies for absence. Moving on to item 2, declaration of interest. Do any members have declarations of interest? No declarations of interest. Item 3, minutes of the meeting held on 17th of October 2023. Are the minutes of the previous meeting agreed?
Agreed.
Okay, if that can be noted, please. And that brings us to item 4, which is 81 Blythe Road. And can I ask the presenting officer, Neil Egerton, to please introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application relates to 81 Blythe Road, and the proposal is for the redevelopment of the site comprising demolition of the existing building and provision of 8 residential units across 4 floors, including at lower ground floor level, together with cycle parking, refuse stores and associated amenity space. The site is shown on the plan here, outlined in red. It's on the south side of Blythe Road, close to the junction. Close to the junction with Sterndale Street.
So if you could speak into the mic, because I think some of the residents can't hear you. Yeah, thank you.
Let's move that a bit closer. Got some aerial views and photographs of the site. Site is shown here, outlined in red. There's a 2-story office building currently vacant. You see again here. It has the building in close proximity to the properties behind. As you can see here in this photograph, there have been a number of extensions built to these properties behind. They also have a lower ground, basement level or lower ground floor level. It's the aerial view from the south, looking towards the application site, which is here. And then this is the picture of the existing office building, which has got some undercroft parking there. The floor plan, this is the lower ground floor plan or basement plan. There's living, dining room, kitchen, patio area for each of the 4 units. Say these are maisonettes, basement and ground floor, and first and second floor. The first floor level, again, you can see here, you've got the bedrooms for the individual units. And then a first floor level, you have the next set of maisonettes, which again, bedrooms predominantly at the first floor level, with then living, kitchen, dining rooms at the top floor. And then at roof level, there are 4 smallish terraces for the first and second floor maisonettes, along with a green roof, and there will be solar panels on the roofs. The new building has been, the subject of a lot of discussion and takes references from various elements to do with the street, and it's considered that it would not harm the character and appearance of the conservation area. At the rear, you can see here the red dotted line is the existing rear wall of the office building. And then the extension rises above that and then is angled away. I mean, this dotted line here is the existing boundary wall level. Now, part of the proposal is to take a number of elements out of this boundary wall, bringing it down to the rear, which will allow light into the residential units. There will be obscure glazing on these units to protect the privacy and the residents from the rear of the property. Again, show the section through here. The red dotted line is the existing building. Oh, sorry. If you see, this is the existing boundary, the height of the existing building. The back addition element of the property is within the envelope of the previous building. And then where it does rise above the existing building, it is then angled back to reduce the impact on the properties at Sterndale Road. Again, that's just a section through from a different angle. Then this is the rear elevation. So this is the wings here in the heavy black outline, and then the lower basement, lower ground floor windows leading out onto the patio, and then these at the ground floor level. There'll be obscure glazing on this particular unit, and if I can show the floor plan, sorry, back to the, yeah, sorry, upper ground level. For this unit, there's clear glazing here. There's a void behind, allowing light down to the basement, and a solid wall behind, so there'll be no overlooking. On this particular one, there's obscure glazing as shown. Then here, a solid wall behind where they have the cycle store area. And again, on this property, there's a bedroom set back from behind the void, which will have obscure glazed windows internally, again, to reduce the overlooking. And these just a couple of CGIs showing the development as proposed. The front elevation facing onto Blythe Road. You can see the proposed terraces at the top with screening around them, prevent overlooking, particularly to the rear. And again, this just looking from the rear at the development to see where the height goes above the existing wall. It is angled back in a way to reduce that impact. Officers are recommending approval for the development, subject to conditions and the legal agreement. And there are a number of amendments on the addendum, mainly related to some typos and errors that are on there. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we can move on to speakers. So firstly, we have two speakers in objection. We have Marina Gordon and Hugo McPherson. Marina and Hugo, if you'd like to come to the mics, and you have 5 minutes between you whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good evening. We, Marina and Hugo, are here on behalf of Sterndale Road residents to object to the proposed development at 81 Blythe Road. We're directly affected, and the development backs onto our gardens. We object to the current application because, number one, the developer hasn't consulted us, nor has the council. The current application is still live after 13 months, and we've objected to every one of 3 sets of amendments. The application, in fact, is misleading, graphically represented by Neil Edgerton's just presented set of slides, making it look as though we are looking down on this development, not the other way around. The section drawings themselves, available on the website, show the relationship with houses at the back, but scaled inaccurately. Look again. Number 3, the application proposes 7 meters separation distance from the development to the backs of houses on Sterndale Road. This is way short of the accepted minimum separation distance of 18 meters. We don't accept the proposed mitigation that separation distance is already at 10 meters because the applicant requests partial demolition of the boundary wall and to change the building to residential use. The applicant's heavy reliance on frosted windows as a mitigation of this proximity is just flimsy. It merely shows how short their proposal falls from the minimum. 4, the proposed development is out of character with the local conservation area, particularly brickwork, size and frontage of the proposed property. To our knowledge, there are no roof terraces on existing buildings in this area. The application for such is unprecedented, and the proposal for zigzag crenellations into the party wall seems fantastical and ugly. all against the conservation area's character. Number 5, the application contains inadequate evaluation of daylight and sunlight loss. Only estimates and calculations from the developer are documented. No independent analysis is given. 6, the marketing evidence is outdated, inaccurate, and insufficient to warrant conversion from business to residential. Marketing report states there are no shower facilities at the existing building. This is inaccurate. There are. The change from commercial to residential means a loss of employment, which is not permitted under planning policy. How can you approve this application? Any detailed reports will show this proposed development unfit due to soil conditions, which are sandy and unsuitable for this scale. Sewerage is already struggling. See flooding on Blythe Road since 2007. The boundary wall matter may be not covered in this application. Okay, but then there's little logic in this committee approving the application today when it will fail to satisfy residents under the provisions of the Party Wall Act. Over to Marina.
Thank you, Hugo. Residents have 5 main objections to this development. 1, overlooking loss of privacy. An additional 5 meters of height is proposed owing to an additional story and a roof terrace. The roof terrace and rear-facing window look down into our gardens and back bedrooms. We represent many elderly and children residents for whom the matter of privacy and safeguarding is critical. The development drastically affects our right to privacy. 2, loss of daylight. Neil Edgerton saw on a recent site visit how small our kitchen windows are. The increased height of the proposed development will decrease light levels, in some cases below the legal limit, which would be detrimental to our health and well-being. 3, outlook. Officers have applied a 45-degree test to assess outlook. Generally, this is used to assess the impact of a development that flanks, not backs, onto the existing neighbors. We believe officers should use the 25-degree test, not 45, to protect the light into our ground floors. 4, damage to trees and gardens. Proposed partial demolition of the boundary wall puts trees, outbuildings, and wildlife at risk. Current drawings show no structures attached to the boundary wall, but the workshop conservatory at number 10 Sterndale Road is 2.6 meters high, extends over most of the boundary wall, and is attached to it. The development will leave the existing garden structure exposed, unsupported, and unsafe. 5, overmassing. The development is set too close to Sterndale Road gardens and properties and too close to the pavement on Blythe Road. In short, it is too much in a small space. This is called overdevelopment. And yet there are no provisions to give adequate accessibility provisioned under London Plan Policy D7. As you're aware, the residents in Blythe Road, looking at the front of the development, have lodged their objections due to overmassing, lack of amenity space and lack of front space, loss of daylight on their side of the road, and threat to the new trees planted on Blythe Road. While we are 100% ready to work with the applicant to find a mutually acceptable compromise, Sterndale and Blythe Road residents demand respect of privacy, right to daylight, and the area's conservation character. As of now, the proposed development is wholly disrespectful. We ask you, would you want to have the proposed development overlooking your property?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. If you'd like to take your seats, thank you. Okay, thank you. Now we move on to the next 2 speakers, Patrick Efson and Giuseppe Cifaldi, speaking in support. If you'd like to come to the mics, and you have 5 minutes between you, or if there is just one of you, then 5 minutes. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and your fellow committee members for welcoming us here this evening. My name is Patrick Efson, and I've run our family business, Rathplace Developments, for the last 8 years since we started in Fulham in 2015. We've completed several regenerative projects across London, including in this borough. The application in front of you is the model for how new homes can be delivered on small-scale infill sites. The proposal will replace a vacant office building, which has been unsuccessfully marketed for 3 years, with 8 high-quality 1, 2, and 3-bed homes. This is an opportunity to greatly enhance the immediate townscape and bring forward much-needed housing. We have proactively sought and carefully considered the feedback from site neighbours and local residents. We sent letters to all our surrounding neighbours, we set up a dedicated consultation website and invited our local ward councillors to engage with us. We have also met with our Sterndale Road neighbours on site to discuss the proposal. This scheme is the culmination of 2.5 years of work that we have carried out alongside your design and planning officers. The site represented a number of challenges that needed careful consideration, and this application follows several pre-apps and a withdrawn application in 2021. Numerous further alterations have also been carried out that have addressed various criteria and concerns raised by officers and the public throughout the process. We're grateful for all the feedback we've received from both officers and the public, as every comment has led to improvements in the scheme. I will briefly outline how the application has evolved and has adapted to alleviate the areas of concern that have been raised. Massing and density have been key from the start. The current proposal is a whole story lower than that shown at pre-app stage. Further revisions include the introduction of sloped roofs to the closet wings that match exactly the existing roof profile, the setting back of the additional floor from the Sterndale Road boundary, and the introduction of a sloped roof at second-story level. The proposal mirrors the 3-story height of most of the neighbouring buildings on Blythe Road and is a whole story lower than those to the rear on Sterndale. Another key area is that of light levels and potential overshadowing. Our application is accompanied by a detailed independent daylight and sunlight report that shows that all neighbouring properties comply with the BRE standards. This is also set out in the Officers Committee report. Overlooking was also a major consideration. Where the boundary is proposed to be opened up in part, the windows facing the Sterndale Road properties are set well back from the boundary, and most importantly, all the windows facing Sterndale will be obscured up to 1.7 metres from floor level. The top floor windows on the Sterndale Road side are also proposed to be skylights on a sloped roof, removing the potential for overlooking. Additionally, the roof terraces will be surrounded by obscured glass, rising to a height of 1.7 metres on the Sterndale side. It should be noted that the separation between the proposed rear openings and the rear of the Sterndale Road properties is comparable to the front facade openings and the Blythe Road properties opposite, which is the same situation with neighbouring properties further up and down the road. Party wall concerns have been raised, despite it not being a planning matter. This will all be dealt with under party wall agreements with each neighbouring landowner, but it should also be noted that we intend to retain the vast majority of the wall in question, with the lowest points being 2 metres in height. We fully appreciate and understand this issue, and absolutely nothing will be altered until agreements are in place. As well as addressing specific localised concerns over the scheme, our proposal presents a number of wider benefits for the immediate area and the borough as a whole. This is a redundant brownfield site that needs to be redeveloped in the interest of the neighbourhood. We are proposing to replace a poor quality building that no longer serves its purpose with a well-designed and carefully considered one that will enhance the character of the conservation area. This redevelopment will make efficient use of the site to bring forward much needed new homes to help meet the borough's housing requirements. It is also in accordance with the London Plan's objective of optimising small sites to respond to London's pressing housing need. The proposal also includes 37% family-sized homes, which represents a tangible benefit. The borough's own strategic housing assessment specifically confirms the need for family-sized housing. Finally, in working with your planning officers, we have committed to making an additional payment in lieu for affordable housing, despite being below the required threshold. We appreciate the concerns raised over the scheme and understand that it has become an emotive issue for some, but we shouldn't lose sight of what is actually being proposed here, which is the redevelopment of a redundant site with a scheme that is entirely appropriate in its scale and massing, with a design that alleviates potential impacts on neighbouring properties. The proposal will undoubtedly benefit the wider community, and we know for certain that your planning officers would not recommend an application for approval to you if they thought it was not well considered and would have undue impacts on neighbouring properties. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee this evening. We hope the members agree that this scheme represents the most efficient and effective use of the site and will follow the planning officer's recommendation to approve the application. Thank you.
Okay, Patrick, thank you very much. Thank you. We now move on to the 2 ward councillors who I believe will be speaking. Firstly, I'll invite Councillor Lang. to come to the mic, or either way you'd like to do it. Yeah, Councillor Antoniades is there. Would you like to come to the mic? And as the ward councillors, you have an unlimited amount of time, but if you could keep it as brief as possible. Thank you very much.
We've heard Marina and Hugo voice their concerns about the development at 81 Blythe Road on behalf of all the residents on Sterndale Road and Blythe Road too. We support our residents in their objection of the application on the following aspects, and in particular, the poor design and the development particularly falls short on its massing, and I'm going to talk a bit more about the front elevation. The revised elevation is pastiche, to say the least, with its mix of postmodern pilasters and mock Victorian style doors. It's a cacophony of kitsch and sits far too abruptly on Blythe Road. Simply because Blythe Road is in a conservation area does not excuse the scheme to have a lack of imagination in its design. The building also lacks articulation and would benefit from being set with some set back front gardens or open porch areas that would create a semi-private buffer zone to the street. This would give opportunity for planting and mitigate street obstruction. Residents would have the chance to create gardens and add identity to their homes. The first floor could project over the top to align with the street and some elements be inset while others protrude. London is abundant with excellent architectural design and poor as well. And can I direct the design team and developers to look at some of the recent award-winning schemes by architects such as Peter Barber, with schemes in Woodmore Mews and Finchley Road and Sandpit Place, Greenwich. Their brick forms are a delight, homogeneous and joyous, and a perfect balance of materials, amenity space, and all set within dense urban settings. Their schemes are an antithesis to what we see here. As we have heard, our residents are not against a housing scheme per se and acknowledge wholeheartedly the need for more housing in the capital. They are ready to consult with the team and want to be listened to. Can we take the scheme back to the drawing board, consider our residents' comments, engage in better consultations together to deliver an exceptional scheme to Blythe Road that will enhance the neighbourhood and that we can all delight in?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to summarise, if I may, as a local Brook Green councillor. As with Councillor Antoniades, I wish to support the residents of Sterndale Road, residents and business people from Blythe Road, and residents of Brook Green. As ward councillors, we've had a significant amount of correspondence on this issue. We've had a number of meetings, very productive with residents, and I even hosted or chaired a site visit, which the planning department supported as well a few weeks ago. And I actually saw myself what the issues were from Sterndale Road. And I just want to repeat what Councillor Antoniades has said. The residents are not against housing, and they're not against housing in Brook Green. They recognise the need for it, as we do as councillors, the figures that we need to provide for housing in London. But they think, and we believe, that this development could be a lot better. They're not against a development at 81 Blythe Road, but they want a proper development. And I recognise the work that the developers have done over the last years. And I heard what they said earlier. And we do recognise that, but we do believe that they should go back and reconsider aspects that have been raised this evening. Our residents support affordable housing. And I think there are only going to be 8 dwellings here. And I think it's only when you get 10 dwellings that you need to put in affordable housing. So I'm not sure whether it ticks that box necessarily. But we want to work with residents. I just want to remind the committee that working with residents, doing things with them, not to them, is the motto of this council. Therefore, it needs to be reconsidered. There are issues that have been raised this evening. Inaccurate drawings and plans. The 45 degrees should be 25 degrees. The basement, which has been raised, the idea of the soil and sand. We're very concerned in this area in Blythe Road of flooding. There's been significant flooding damage done in recent years. We're just concerned that that hasn't been properly addressed. There are environmental concerns. I saw that in the gardens that I visited in Sterndale Road and the frontage of Blythe Road, which is doesn't give scope for any of that. Privacy, I saw at first hand the privacy issues and the lighting issues that this 4-storey building is going to place upon those buildings. I think that is a real concern. There is the whole issue of the party wall, which needs to be discussed at another stage. And I feel that we feel as councillors that the residents have raised a number of concerns and salient points. There is much scope for this to be put on hold and the developers to come back and appear not just to be listening, but to be listening, looking at further discussions with the residents on how we can move forward on this, because we don't think at the moment the plans are fit for purpose. Thank you.
Okay, councillors, thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we can move to committee members' questions to officers for clarification. I'd like to actually, Neil, if you can go back to the slide showing the 3D imagery from the back. So the slide that shows the roof terraces. Yeah, I think that's the one. And I want to take the 5 points that were mentioned one by one, and I'm sure other committee members will as well. But just with regards to privacy, so the gentleman who spoke in favour mentioned sloped roofs that would protect sort of overlooking. If you could explain that a little bit and sort of speak to that, how would that protect, and how is that shown in this image? How would that protect residents from overlooking?
I mean, what that's was shown here with the roof lights in the sloped roof here. And again on the pod extensions. I mean, if I look at the, you can see here the roof light at this point here at roof is sort of 1.9 meters high. So your views are going to be up. It's going to be limited views that way. And again here from the bedroom, again it's 2 meters high, the roof light. So your view is not looking directly out. It'll be looking up in towards the sky. So that would, I think, be the issue there.
Okay, so from those windows specifically, there's no way anyone could look out and into the backs of those properties on Sterndale Road. And now if you could speak to the...
Well, I think the views would be very oblique. Rather, I wouldn't say you could never see, but it would be a very oblique view. And, you know, I think it'd be very limited opportunities for overlooking there.
Sure. Well, if the Sterndale Road properties are a story higher than this proposed development, then is there any line of sight looking up out of those windows into potentially the window of into the back of the window of Sterndale Road?
So there would be oblique views, perhaps, that, but not such that we felt would be result in such harm that would justify or that would warrant refusing planning permission.
Okay, thank you. And now if you could speak to the roof terrace. So the roof terraces will be covered by a screen or a wall, and how high would that screen or wall be?
The terrace, the screen, be a obscurely glazed screen to the rear, which would be 1.7 meters high, which is sort of the standard height that we would have for screens on terraces and things, which again reduces the opportunities for overlooking and loss of privacy, albeit with a lot of back-to-back terraces, there is, you know, generally quite a lot, there is normally overlooking, but I think here, because of the situation in this new development, it was felt appropriate to have the screening in to reduce that overlooking.
Sure, and so I know there's some concern about this idea of glazed screening. If you could just explain what exactly that means, how visible would anything be on the other side of that? Is it completely invisible? Sort of, do you have any images that could suggest that?
I mean, I don't have any images of obscure glazing, but generally speaking, if you had the obscure glass and you held your hand the other side of that, it would be very blurred at a very short distance, and that's generally what we find. We've had a lot of samples provided over the years, and it is a very effective way.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to start with just the weighing of the policy issue here being about that previously this had been office space and now is being converted into residential. Obviously, the current policy is that where office space is currently in place, it should be preserved. Obviously, I appreciate this will also mean that there'll be a potential loss of employment. And it is demonstrated, obviously, in the report that on 2 separate estate agents have come forward with reasonings in their view for why it was not successful in attracting new tenants. Now, they talk to issues such as a preference for more modern spaces, more open plan spaces. My question is, obviously, as committee members, our job here is to weigh the benefits of the scheme or negatives against the policies that have been set down either through the London plan or the local plan or national policy framework. In what way should we be weighing this contribution of estate agents against those policy documents?
Well, I mean, our policy would normally only would expect marketing evidence to be put before us in order to justify any change of use from employment space to residential or other space or other uses. The evidence that was submitted was considered by officers who looked at things such as the rent levels that were being asked and the length of time it was marketed for, and then also looked at the methods they've used, to talk about here, internet listings, signboards, letters, network referrals, and then look at, we expect some sort of analysis to be done of that, why there was a lack of interest, or if there was interest, and why it wasn't taken forward. And we were satisfied with the evidence that was put before us from the 2 separate marketing reports that it seemed to demonstrate that there was not a substantial demand for this particular accommodation in this area.
And just to clarify, when you say you're looking at obviously the rent that's being asked, do you judge that against what you would regard as a competitive rate, or do you just take that figure as what they were looking for?
No, we would always try to ensure that the marketing was done with an appropriate rental level being asked for. We want to ensure that people aren't, over looking to charge A-class rents on perhaps a B-class property, which would then obviously not generate any demand. So that is one of the key things we would look at. Colleagues was satisfied with the rent levels that were being asked for, were appropriate for the accommodation and the location.
Perfect. And just one last point for now is just in terms of the space, one of the issues that's identified is that it's not an open space and that there's currently a market preference for more open plan office space. In judging the merits of converting from commercial to residential, was any consideration being given to how much work would be needed to adapt the current building to make it perhaps more competitive in the market? For instance, how easy would it be to make it an open plan office space?
I think obviously with any building there could be alterations carried out, whether that would be financially viable in terms of what rent you could get. I mean, it's not in a key location. It's not the biggest office space, and I think from being inside the building, it is not top. Not top of the range office accommodation, and I think the work that would be required would not be viable financially and would not provide a sufficient return, I think, to justify that.
Okay, I think Councillor Harcourt had a question. No? Did you want to? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, just a few questions to begin with. Firstly, I looked at the drawings the one where you've got the current building outlined in red against the elevation. Just interested to see what the actual difference in height is between the current building and the proposed building. I know it's a third floor, but that doesn't necessarily equate to.
Sorry, the height of the existing building is 7.21 meters approximately. And then this would go straight up by another 0.9 meters to 8.10, and then it would be raked back to a total height of 9.97 meters. So, as I say, the increase here would go up, as I said there, and then be raked back to this highest point then with the obscure screening.
Well, what's the difference at the greatest height?
The difference from this point here to there is 2.7 meters.
Okay, thanks. So I just wasn't clear where the 0.9 came in. So that was my first question. Do we have any either drawings or CGIs of the north elevation in relation to the buildings either side to see how this fits into the current context of Blythe Road?
I mean, unfortunately, yeah, that would be the best image that I have of the existing building here. Now there's two-story building. The majority of the Blythe Road properties then are three-story plus basement as well on the north side of the road.
Okay, so going back to the front elevation, perhaps is there somebody from the design team who can comment on that? We've heard from Councillor Antoniades, her opinion on that, and her opinion, she is an architect by profession. So I do take into account what she has to say. And quite frankly, it does look a little bit plain, to be honest, in my opinion. I'd like to hear your assessment.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, just to clarify, I mean, this is one where, as Neil mentioned in the presentation, has been subject to significant revision throughout the pre-app process and through the application process. So there are changes that have been made to the scheme, particularly in terms of the Blythe Road elevation. I think the views that have been obviously taken in terms of some of the objectors and obviously the comments made, we don't have, the right as a planning department to actually specify a certain architect or a certain precedent should be used in building up a scheme. I think this is one where we've worked really hard to try and get this scheme to a point where the quality, is something that we can actually see as being, a neutral contribution to the conservation area that doesn't cause harm. There are elements of the scheme that if the site area was enlarged, that we would have ability to provide defensible space. I think given the nature of these units, being maisonettes, as Neil mentioned, and the number of entrance doors, the amount of ground floor activity that will warrant the need for defensible space is obviously limited. And as you can see in this strip elevation at ground floor, there are some light wells provided that provide some of that defensible element in terms of the elements that have got windows. I think there's obviously a clear expression in the building from the kind of ground floor plinth to the upper elements, and obviously there are conditions in relation to materials and 1 to 20 details. But as officers, we feel taking a balanced judgment that this isn't something that we would consider would warrant a refusal based upon being poor quality. Granted that there may be other examples of higher quality buildings elsewhere, but this is, I say, very much a balanced discussion in terms of providing something, a scheme that optimizes the development capacity of the site, but also is something that really kind of is dealing with a mixed context, particularly given the other postmodern developments to the western portion of Blythe Road, as you can see them in the street context. I don't know if we can just go back to that, the kind of context image. Sorry, just the street view kind of overview, just to show the context. I mean, this is a really varied kind of portion of the conservation area. Again, the character appraisal that is published for this does acknowledge the actual limited contribution that the existing building and neighbouring buildings make to the conservation area. You know, the detail of the properties to the western extent, as you can see on the right-hand side of the screen, you know, they are 3-storey. They have quite a limited contribution again in terms of their detailing, and the proposal scheme has some more, you know, layered richness to the elevational design in comparison to those other buildings, really. So it is very much the balanced view that we're taking on this one.
Okay, thanks. But presumably, I mean, I appreciate, you know, it's down to the developer to present their plans and their drawings and design and such like. But presumably, in pre-application meetings, you do have discussions around design and the various other aspects of any application. So presumably, you had some sort of input into this. Ultimately, I appreciate it's down to the developer, but we do nonetheless, as officers, as the planning department, have the ability to input.
And that's correct, Councillor. And again, just to be clear, this has been subject to various iterations of the scheme over, you know, the 2.5-year period that the scheme's been developed. And again, officers have worked quite hard to make this scheme to the best quality it can be to obviously become before committee.
Okay, thanks. One final question for me, which is about roof terraces. I appreciate, you know, increasingly people want roof terraces. You know, we're getting changes in summer, people want to be outside and such like, but there is the issue of noise and noise transmission, and on a warm summer's day, noise tends to go even further. So to how effective are those screens in mitigating noise? I'm always worried about this, that at one time, if you recall, that we used to have a policy against roof terraces. Maybe that's going back a little bit too far. Councillor Carmel might remember, seeing as he always quotes me. So, you know, so I'm just interested, how effective are these?
I think officers generally found they do contain the noise reasonably well. I mean, I can't quote any specific figures, but they will sort of prevent the noise spreading, you know, towards the rear, the direct noise upwards mainly. I mean, obviously, it's a difficult one with residential properties backing onto residential properties. So there's obviously existing residential noise from the existing gardens and Sterndale Road and other properties. So it's a difficult one to sort of argue that it would cause such significant noise that would be a problem. I mean, the terraces have been reduced. They're one of the elements that were reduced from the original application. The terraces were much bigger, you know, so that does limit the number of people who can stand on the terrace. And, you know, so I would like to think that the screening would provide a reasonable amount of protection for neighbouring properties.
Okay, well, I'm not sure exactly how many people you get on there, but it's not about people being antisocial or having antisocial behaviour, just normal interaction between people on a hot summer's night will transmit noise.
Okay, I'll come to Councillor Carmel, then I'll come to others if you'd like to go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a large number of concerns over this, but I'll split them up if I may. But the first is just a very simple question with a one-word answer. What is the current level of units that are required before affordable housing is taken as required?
10 under the London plan.
Can we have a look at paragraph 5.18 of the report, and can you tell me why it then says contributions of 11 or more?
It does, and in our local plan, the threshold is 11 The London plan has been published since and adopted.
Fine. Just wanted to double check. You have loaded on your system from the planning file picture 302. Do you have loaded from the planning file picture 302 from the? It's the one that shows the 45-degree line.
I don't believe I have got that picture loaded.
Which is a shame. You said that the height of the proposed building is 9.97 meters at its apogee. Does that include the height of the privacy screen?
No, the height didn't include that.
So in fact, the building sort of envelope is 11.67 meter height.
No, at the top of the screens would be 11.05.
Map again, because that doesn't still well over a meter taller than the height it said, and
Yep.
it has to be said that I'm I'm slightly over 1.90 meters, and so the possibility of somebody of only just over average height being able to stand and look over and invade the privacy of the neighbouring properties, would it be fair to say is a distinct possibility?
If somebody is over that height, then yes, they would be able to see over.
A lot of talk has been said by others, and I have to say that I have a great deal of sympathy with that. The architectural design, for want of my own word, is, shall we say, not brilliant, and some might even say is insipid. Are officers genuinely of the opinion that this proposal, in its current design, preserves and enhances the conservation area?
Thank you, Councillor. So as I mentioned before, I think it's quite clear to start off where we are with the existing building occupying the site. The current building, as was referenced in the character appraisal for the conservation area, makes a neutral contribution to the conservation area. So that's our starting point in terms of the consideration of preservation. In terms of the new building, this is obviously a modern intervention that has its own character and really isn't replacing anything within the conservation area that would have, significant elements of preservation as part of that Victorian character. So I think that's the starting point, really. In terms of this portion of the street, there are obviously more modern buildings within that setting of that small element of context. And therefore, as a consequence, that's why we've reached the balanced view that, again, this wouldn't result in harm to the conservation area and would actually preserve the conservation area overall, because the current building occupying the site doesn't have any real significance as part of the established character of the area, but also the building replacing it wouldn't result in any harm to any of the adjacent conservation area in terms of both the scale when taken into consideration with adjacent plots, and also the neighbouring character of this quite large and significant conservation area overall.
I fear we're going to have to agree to disagree on this. I actually do quite like the existing building. It has articulation, it has style, it fits in well. I mean, the sort of half-eye windows, parapets, the curve at the top. I actually quite like this building. Admittedly, it doesn't fit in with the late Victorian architecture around there, but it makes a statement of its own and it has character. And in my opinion, notwithstanding the conservation area profile, it does actually add to the neighbourhood and the conservation area. The new building, in my opinion, weighing all the pros and cons, does not. And I'll leave it there for the moment and may reserve my right to come back later, assuming my questions aren't asked.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have several questions, but I can break them up as well. Could we go back to the, oh no, actually, I'd like to start with the first question. Working with residents, there's been, we've heard that people don't feel like they haven't been worked with and haven't been listened to. Could you tell me about the consultation and how much work was done with residents?
Well, I mean, with any application, we wrote to all the residents in the vicinity of the site, and when we received changes to the proposal, we consulted with the residents again. There's been three lots of consultation with the residents during the process of this particular application. I have been down to the site to meet residents on 2 occasions as part of during the process as well. And I believe the case officer has been there. So I mean, I think we consider that we have consulted with residents and kept them, you know, where there have been changes, made sure that this was brought to their attention to see whether, you know, to allow them to comment further.
And can I ask you, how much have residents' views about how the property looks and how they feel about it has fed into any changes of any?
I mean, officers are aware of the comments that are made. The applicants have also had discussion with the residents and have seen redacted copies of the objections, so they know the concerns. You know, at the end of the day, we look on the application on its merits and the design, and the changes that have been made to the scheme design-wise were as a result of further internal discussion with our design colleagues. And, you know, that's where we go. I mean, we can't, you know, we do pay mind to the concerns raised by residents, but we also have a limit to what we can, you know, what changes we can seek, but we certainly look to improve things wherever possible.
Have the applicants made any changes as a consequence of the residents' feedback? So I appreciate that you may have shared some of those concerns, but have they actually made any changes at all based on that feedback?
Well, I mean, the concerns that residents have raised about sense of enclosure and light has resulted in, you know, the changes that they agreed at the back, where they've raked the main rear roof away from the properties to improve that, which has again helped the light impact. They have reduced the size of the terraces because of concern, you know, that was part of the concerns that were raised both by officers and by residents in terms of, you know, potential impacts of that. So there are, you know, elements of the changes that have been made have been in response to comments received. It may not go as far as residents would like, unfortunately, but, you know, at the end of the day, we can only look at what is put back before us and consider it on its merits.
Through the chair, just paragraph 3.2 picks up on the changes, the key changes that were done from the previous application that was withdrawn, which were in part to address residents' concerns with a reduction in the overall height, a reduction in the height of the rear wings, and the introduction of 35-degree pitch roofs to the main part of the building and the rear closet wings.
Sorry, if I can go to my next question, which could we go back to the aerial view north, that image? So I've just got a couple of questions in relation to that. So where the building is, currently there's some greening outside it, and then further along the street to your right, there's more greening along there. But from the proposed new structure, there will be no greening at all. So it won't fit in the way it currently does. Why is that?
The the greening showing outside the building at the moment are street trees, which are not proposed to be removed as part of the development. They would be protected and retained. And, you know, our arboricultural colleagues have reviewed the proposal and are satisfied that the trees can be protected and maintained. It's not shown on the elevation. I think that just purely is looking at the building itself rather than what's on the street.
Sorry, and in relation to that as well, I'd really like to be able to see what the proposed building is going to look like compared to the buildings on the other side of the street. So I could really do you have any images so that we can actually see what they look like rather than just the rooftops?
I'm afraid the buildings on the opposite side of the street. All I have is this photograph, which is not the clearest.
It's quite difficult to see how it fits in with conservation if we can't see it, and it's difficult to see how it fits in with the conservation area when we can't see what it's going to look like compared to the other side of the street.
Well, I think there is a bit of variety in the street. I mean, obviously, if I enlarge that photograph anymore, it just gets too distorted. But I mean, if you know, again here, the two-story building next to it is again of quite a modern character, and you can see then we have the three-story more traditional sort of properties of the conservation area, which is what the site opposite is. But then, you know, then again on this side, sort of here, you have a three-story block, which again is of a different design. It's a more modern development that sort of picks up on certain elements. So it is quite a mixed bag, sort of in that particular part of the conservation area.
Okay. And can I ask one final question for now? In regards to the roof terrace and the noise that Councillor Harcourt was just talking about, do any other properties have roof terraces?
I'm not aware of any other properties having roof terraces within the vicinity of the site. I'm aware of similar roof terraces in different parts of the borough, but certainly not in this part of Blythe Road.
Then following on from that, how does that fit in with conservation area? If the other properties in that road don't have any, just so that I'm clear in my head. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I mean, I think with this question again, the roof terraces again need to be considered in the rounds of where we are, as Neil's just mentioned, in terms of the conservation area. The character of this portion of the conservation is really different to the significant kind of character of the conservation area as it stands. As Councillor Carmel has just mentioned, in terms of this being kind of more of a postmodern building that occupies a site in the adjacent site to the west. I think again, you know, although there isn't a kind of character element of having these roof terraces, this is a modern development within this setting that we've got to consider on that basis. You know, I think if this was something where we had an abundance of buildings of Victorian character on either side, there may be more of a case to say that is harmful, because again, this section of the conservation area is covered off by more modern developments that have a different character to the main elements of significance of the conservation area. That's where we consider that, you know, that there is scope for this type of intervention, really.
Thank you.
I've just got three quick follow-up questions from what Councillor Harvey said. So the full statutory consultation process has been carried out?
Yes.
Okay. And with regards to roof terraces, do any of the properties on Sterndale Road have roof terraces in their garden extensions?
Certainly within the vicinity of the site, I don't believe so. Oh, sorry, looks like there's one here, which I'm afraid I don't know what number that property is. But there is, you see the doors there, and there's a balustrade of sorts here.
Okay. Sure, it's not from the roof, but it's from the sort of protruding extension. Number 16, you think that is? Yeah, okay. And thirdly, so you answered the question about trees, so all the street trees will be retained. There was a mention of concern around soil conditions. So will all the usual investigation of soil conditions and sort of building safety, presumably that will all be undertaken?
I mean, yes, that would be part of the building regulations process. It's obviously a very important matter, the structural concern, but that doesn't fall within the planning remit.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to Councillor Sousloos next.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Lang raised an important point, and in this committee, we always put a lot of emphasis on affordable housing. So I would like you to talk to us about the issue for affordable housing and the fact that, as Councillor Lang pointed out, there isn't provision as part of this development. If you could explain to us why that is.
Yeah, I mean, the development firstly provides eight units, which is obviously below the threshold of either 10 in the London plan or 11 in our local plan. The floor space of the development, I think it's around about 910 square meters, is below 1,000 square meter threshold, as also mentioned in the London plan. However, officers then need to interrogate and investigate all proposals to ensure that the units are not being so oversized that they're under providing just to avoid that target. When we have looked, and whilst there are a couple of largish flats at 120 square meters on the face of it, when you look at the floor space, then a certain amount of floor space for both those flats are below the minimum height for residential accommodation. So it's used as storage sort of space within the flats, rather than, you couldn't have a bedroom there or something like that. So that reduces the floor space down to sort of just over 100 square meters. Now, if you start dividing flats up, then they start becoming quite small or become smaller. And then with the additional of circulation space, it means that the units are not as attractive. And again, with this particular site, it's a very constrained site. Nobody can deny that. And to get satisfactory light into all units would require a lot of work and a lot more changes than were currently proposed. So whilst we did look at this and challenge it, it wasn't considered that there would be such a change that could be made that could trigger the threshold for affordable housing.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, essentially you're saying that for there to be more dwellings and reach the threshold for affordable housing, it would either be that the flats would have to be of a lesser quality, or that the whole development would be perhaps bigger and more objectionable to neighbours. Is that the case?
Yes, you would run the risk of having accommodation that wasn't as good a standard, and the scale and massing of the development would have to increase as such that would definitely cause concern and harm for the neighbouring properties, and likewise the character and appearance conservation area then, because the additional height required would be definitely out of keeping.
Thank you. Linked to that, if I may, there's also mentioned that in the Section 106 agreement, there will be, I think it's a payment made for off-site affordable housing. Could you just explain to us exactly how that would work, and what size of payment we would be talking about?
Yeah, I mean, whilst we did challenge the number of units and the size, and tried to push for, we're always expected to do our utmost to try and achieve affordable housing, and we weren't able to we did discuss this with the applicants, and as part of that discussion, then it was considered we agreed, negotiated a contribution towards off-site affordable housing provision. It's only in terms of the amount, I think it's 130,000, which would not, wouldn't even provide one sort of unit, but it would go into a pot for off-site, affordable housing provision, and it would help. It would contribute towards that. Officers felt, we were able to negotiate that following a review of the situation.
Thank you. And one final question, if I may, since we're on the subject of the Section 106, if you could just give us a brief overview of other potential benefits for the area, for the street, or I don't know, for the borough in general.
Yep, certainly. The Section 106 includes various highways improvements. Sorry, I'm just. So there would be sort of like removal of, we'd enter into Section 278 agreement for work such as removing redundant drop curb and footway reinstatement works, amendments to parking on Blythe Road, then reinstatement of the site footway, removal of other redundant crossovers in Blythe Road, provision of tactile pavements at various, suggest here junction of Blythe Road, Augustine Road, provide assistance for people, tactile paving close to Dewhurst Road, and then contribution towards trees, low-level planting provided along 3 routes to help reduce overall air pollution emitted by local traffic. And again, there's, suggest obviously air quality would be monitored during the demolition construction phases. There'd be a charge for that. And then we'd also require demolition and construction logistics plans and a contribution toward monitoring those to make sure they were sticking to what was agreed where permission granted.
Okay, I'll go to Councillor Pascal-Touberay. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. A number of questions, if I may. What's the difference in level between the height of the back gardens of numbers 6 to 16 Sturdale Road and the proposed new development, which obviously involves digging down quite a bit into the ground?
I'm sorry, that would be, I would say, between 2.6, 2.7 meters.
Thanks very much. And how does that get any sunlight?
If you look at the plans, the light would be coming in through the glass here. There is a glass area here, allowing light into the dining living area, and then for this flat here, there's also a glazed part here and here to allow light in. So, the applicants have assessed this under the BRE guidance, particularly under the latest iteration of that, which talks about internal luminance, and it does meet the standards for that.
But it does depend on, it doesn't get a lot of natural sunlight and it's only a pretty limited times of the day, just because of the angles involved.
Yes, there would be limits, but the windows there are still south facing, so they will benefit as much as possible.
Thanks very much. And obviously, if you dig quite a bit down, there's an existing wall there with, I understand, a number of buildings built against it. How does that wall retain its structural strength?
That would be a party wall and building regulations matter rather than a planning one.
What assessment has been made of the provision for things like bins in the front? As I understand it, it's pretty much all flat against the facade of adjoining the pavement.
sorry, look at the plan here, there's a bin store proposed here, which will serve the development. And those doors open inwards, so they won't lock it, and the bins can then be taken out when the pickup is done.
Thank you very much. A final one for now. Residents have obviously talked about the risk of flooding, especially because when you're digging down, there's not a lot of way that water can go. What's your assessment of that, and do you think that's justified?
I think the flooding matters have been considered by our specialist officers, who were satisfied with the information that was provided. There is a condition on requiring submission of a further flood risk assessment and SUDS details, because a lot of these do get developed further along during the design process. So we are reserving the right to approve that or look at those details later and assess it. But at the moment, the site is largely fully covered, and this is not going to change significantly. Obviously, digging down, we would expect full detail of flooding assessment, flood protection for the basement area, including sump pump and various things like that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
Thank you, Chair. So I think we've all covered some interesting things all differently. I'm very thankful to the residents for having come tonight and for their patience in raising what they've raised tonight. So I wanted to, I've got the sympathy that one of the councillors has for the existing building. I also acknowledge that people in 1889 were protesting the Eiffel Tower. We wouldn't tear it down now. I wanted to look at the inside instead. So it's been said today that this flies under the limit by which there would have to be affordable housing. When I look at this, I just feel like it's an attempt to squeeze in as much housing in there as possible, but keep below that level. So it's not, that margin keeps high. I'm particularly miffed for those residents who don't know, this year, our disabled mayor's agenda is accessibility and inclusion. And in the report, this tells us that only one flat is potentially able to become accessible. And you're saying to us, this is a proposal with a basement, ground floor, first, and the terrace on the rooftop. So obviously, provision of a rooftop is when, well, you've built so much in the red line, new builds, you have to have an external space. Got to find somewhere to put it on the rooftop. Might work. But for people who get older, will do. For people who experience life accidents, that means that these houses, well, in fact, they have to move out of them. If they can't walk very well anymore, there's no way they're going 2 floors up on their rooftop terrace. We're not getting much in contributions. We're not getting this affordable housing. The residents have said that this doesn't contribute much to their quality of life. So isn't it really that this you consider to be acceptable, really, because, pardon my French, the existing building has just no value whatsoever. But really, if the building was in accordance with the conservation area, if it was of some character, you would recommend against this scheme?
Our statutory responsibility is to assess planning applications against the development plan unless material considerations determine otherwise, and residents' objections are very relevant material considerations were raised. So what we've presented in the officer's report is very much that, an assessment of what was submitted against the development plan. It's an infill development. It doesn't benefit from the luxury of having a large site area where you could accommodate potentially more accessible units, more, if you like, natural daylight amenity areas, more, if you like, amenable arrangements generally internally with bin storage and so forth. But also, the London plan, our local plan, is very clear about the requirements for much needed housing in London and to optimize sites. But that optimization has to be done appropriately. Now, it's not always going to be ideal. And I don't think we're saying in this report that this scheme is ideal in every respect, including design. I think we termed it more neutral. But what we have to do is assess what's presented in front of us against the development plan. And we feel it meets the development plan policies. I'm sort of answering your question, Councillor, in a very general way. And apologies if you want to draw me to something a bit more specific about the merits of the scheme, please do.
No, I just think this is a scheme that's very much, on the edge of being acceptable or unacceptable. And I think my assumption is you're only coming to the conclusion that this is acceptable because the building that would be torn down is that doesn't really fit in a conservation area. But if it did, if we were proposing on demolishing something that had a bit more character, you would recommend against it because that's such a weak scheme, is basically what I'm saying.
Okay, thank you. Neil, if you could get up the slide just showing the facade, please, from the street level. Okay, thank you. Okay, and one of the residents mentioned that the daylight survey that had been done was just done by the developer, that there's been no independent daylight survey. Is that right?
I mean, as standard, the developer would normally carry out an assessment. Officers would then review that assessment and take a position as to whether they felt that had been robustly done. Officers were satisfied with the assessment that's provided in this instance. Sometimes if there was a large major site, we may decide to employ a consultant where it's such a scheme of such size that it wouldn't be appropriate, but officers have reviewed it and are satisfied with the results.
So is there anything to suggest that this wasn't done properly or wasn't done, in the right way or anything?
Not that I can see, no.
Okay, thank you. I'll come to you, Councillor Harvey, then I'll come to Councillor Carmel. Yep.
Okay. I just want to go back to the back of the properties, the image with the garden in the middle. No, sorry, the drawings. Sorry. Yeah, that would be useful. And we may have touched on this already, so I just want to be clear in my own head about it. So the properties are sort of at an angle, and they're going to have glazed windows. And that includes the ones that aren't at an angle, is that correct? So the properties, there's going to be glazed windows. Obscured windows. So inside those properties that will have the obscured windows, is the sunlight at the right standard for it to be a decent home?
It is, yes.
And then my next point I wanted to check then was just going back to what one of the residents talked about. So they spoke about the marketing, and they went on to say that they didn't believe it had been done correct, there'd been something done correctly, and there was going to be a loss of employment, and they said something about it being illegal. So I just wanted to get some clarity about that. Is there anything here illegal?
Nothing illegal that I can see. I mean, the site was marketed appropriately, as far as we can see, looking at the evidence, and therefore, they using that evidence, they're able to justify there's no demand for the office use on this site.
And bear in mind that we have had COVID and people haven't been working from an office. Does that have any bearing on the marketing strategy that they adopted and how it's been treated?
I think it obviously does have an effect for people. More people are working from home. So there is less demand for office space in some instances. But, generally speaking, we're still looking to retain effective office space in the right location where there is a demand. And, we do see sites where that demand is proved and there is evidence to show that people wanted it. I just think here in this location, it's not a traditional office location. the existing office space is in poor condition, and obviously the evidence they provided to us were satisfied the planning officer and our colleagues who reviewed that.
And if I could just ask one final question, and we may have touched on this, but just for my own understanding, one of the residents talked about there being sandy conditions, and there was concern about safety. So, can you just give some clarity on whether there is sand, or if there are any health and safety risks for residents or even people constructing this site?
I can't talk about structural matters, I'm afraid. That comes under the building regulations. It's not something we would need to have knowledge of for the planning application.
So that's not something we should take into consideration in our deliberations.
I mean, it is a concern to anybody living nearby. I would totally accept that, but it's not something that falls under the planning remit, I'm afraid.
But obviously, if it doesn't meet planning regulation, building safety regulations, then it won't be built.
Yeah, planning doesn't override other legislation or other protection afforded to residents.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Carmel? You want to go first? Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Round two. Am I right in my memory when you said that the NIA of the property is 910 meters squared?
I believe I gave that indication as roughly that point, yep.
With the addition not included on, because it's internal as opposed to external, the terrace on that. Would I be right in thinking that the current NIA of the existing building is below 300 meters square?
The current site area is 324 square meters.
That's the NIA.
Yep.
288.6 meters, I think you'll find.
Sorry?
288.6 meters.
Well, I won't argue. I haven't got that figure in front of me.
It's in the report.
Yep.
So it is a significant increase in density. Do you have habitable rooms density ratio, please?
I mean, the density figures aren't particularly used now under the London plan. I think as you're aware.
I do realise the 2016.
Councillor Carmel, if you could just allow them to finish answering before you go. Yeah, go ahead, Neil.
I believe calculation I've got is it's approximately 248 units per hectare. Maybe the habitable rooms, I have that figure, which is below the figure quoted the London plan for sort of a high density development. It is an increase on the site, making the optimum use of the site, but it's not certainly what we classified as high density under the London plan.
Thank you. Could you remind me of what our policy is about the amount of bicycle parking that should be provided for a development that is designed for 35 people? I know they're providing 16, but 16 for a 35-bedroom development does seem a little on the low side.
No, I mean, I don't have the figure to hand, Catherine. You have it? But I know we have discussed the cycle parking with our highways colleagues, and they were satisfied with the provision of 16 spaces on the site.
I'm amazed, especially with. Is it not correct that the site is PTAL 3, which is described as moderate?
The PTAL for the site, unfortunately, part of the addendum. The site is actually PTAL 5, adjacent to PTAL 3, rather than PTAL 3 adjacent to PTAL 5, which it says in the report.
Well, I do see these addendums coming, and surprise, surprise, they always seem to increase the PTAL. I do have the Transport for London webcat map for the location on here, and it quite clearly shows that it's PTAL 3. What did the developer produce some a magic new bus stop close to the site that has increased it from PTAL 3 to PTAL 5?
Sorry. No, I looked at the same website this afternoon to double check that, and when I put it in, it was coming up at PTAL 5.
Let me excuse the theatrics. Hang on, put it back in. I just lost it. Hang on. God, put my finger on the button.
Councillor Carmel, I think I think let's move on from that. Do you have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. The TfL's own webcat thing does quite clearly show that it is PTAL 3. If one goes to paragraph, let's find it. 1.4. That's that one. When you did the 25-degree line test, did you include the entire envelope of the building, including privacy screen?
Yeah, I mean, it was quite clear that doing the 25-degree test, it eclipsed the building, therefore the BRE assessment was required by the developers.
I did ask if you had zero picture 02439 and or 302, but that clearly shows that the 25-degree line is breached.
Yeah, I would not deny that at all. That, and because the breach of the 25-degree line,
40-degree line. Sorry, my apologies. 40-degree line is breached.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So,
if just also, it was mentioned by one of the objectors, window-to-window distance. Can you confirm that the figure they gave was correct?
The distance from the site to the properties behind, it varies between sort of 7.5 meters and 10 meters.
Does that include the rear extensions?
Yep.
Okay, so that.
And the standard would normally expect, like a distance of 18 meters.
Certain leeway for dense urban areas.
But yes, I mean, if it doesn't meet that, then they need to be designed to protect the neighbouring windows, which is why the obscure glazing was chosen to mitigate against that.
Unless you're tall and on the roof terrace.
Okay, Councillor Conway, I'm just going to open it up to other members before we carry on. No, are there any other questions from any other committee members? No, in that case, carry on. Oh, well, Councillor Pascu-Tubura, yeah.
Sorry, a very, very quick one. The window, which let's check here. There.
Yep.
How does that open?
Right. So at upper ground level, you were talking with it?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't open because there's a void behind, which allowing light into the basement, so that window does not open.
Mm-hmm. So how does ventilation get in?
There is a ventilation system conditions attached to the application because of the air quality in the area. So ventilation system will have to be agreed and details provided to us.
So that's the one which is obscurely glazed so that people can't see in or out.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Carmel, go ahead.
If one goes to paragraph 5.21, chat. If one goes to paragraph 5.21, of the officer report. Could I have some explanation as to the thinking behind the sentence that says the proposed building has been carefully designed so as to generally respect the envelope of the existing office building, given the fact that it's over 300 times the size, or 3 times the size, not 300?
I think as demonstrated in the section, the office building is shown here, the red dotted line. So it's just almost a floor higher, but it's set back and continues the angled way. So it has been considered taking account of that envelope of the existing building, but also, with what the applicant is seeking to achieve on the site.
Well, we'll have to agree to disagree about it. Generally respects the envelope of the existing office building when it's several meters taller and built out to the max. There was, what was it? I had two. Where's the other one? Oh yes, could I have another look at the lower ground floor plan, please? And if forgive me, how much natural daylight gets into here at this end of the building?
At that end of the building, just for your pointing, there is a roof light that's annotated on the plan there.
How large is the roof light? Will it be obscurely glazed?
It is not a large roof light, and the details of that, we haven't got that, but it's not going to result in, if you can see the annotation there, it is reasonably small, relatively small scale. The majority of the light for that unit will be coming from the rear, which is why we have the void at upper ground level, allowing light to come into the majority of that room.
Well, I think we'll have to disagree on the
it does comply.
Light diffusion rates from the distance from the front to the back at that end is.
Well, it does comply with internal luminance requirements of the BRE guidelines.
I'm surprised. I think I'm done, and I think I've come to a decision as to which way my vote will come based on the evidence provided.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? No. And just with regards to the PTAL, we did just have a look and it did come up as PTAL 5, but of course, we just have to go based on what's in the report and what's in the addendum, which is PTAL 5. So if there are no further questions or comments, then we can move to a vote. So we will now vote on whether recommendation 1 in the report is agreed, and that's on page 9 of the report. We'll start with Councillor Chavot-Verdier. Will you be voting for, against, or not voting?
Against.
Councillor Harcourt.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Councillor Sislus.
For.
Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Carmel.
Against.
Councillor Pascu Touboure.
Against.
And I will be voting for. So that recommendation has been approved. Now we'll move on to voting on recommendation 2 in the report, which is also on page 9. Councillor Chavot-Verdier, will you be voting for, against, or not voting?
Against.
Councillor Harcourt.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Councillor Sislus.
For.
Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Carmel.
For.
Councillor Pascu Touboure.
For.
And I'll also be voting for. So that application has been approved. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your time. We'll now move on to item 5 on the agenda, which is Store C, Westfield London Shopping Centre. And could I ask the presenting officer, Yayan Bellis, if he's here, to please introduce the report. Thank you. Can I please ask anyone that's not staying for this item to please leave the room? Councillor Carmel. Councillor Carmel? Yeah. Okay, in that case, we will move on to item 5, and the presenting officer is Jasenka Ozdalga. If you'd like to go ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Jasenka Ozdalga, and I'll present this detailed application in relation to the alterations of former House of Fraser site at Westfield Shopping Centre. I will also summarize the proposal in the comments.
Jasenka, I'm really sorry to interrupt. Can I ask anyone that's not staying in the room for this item to please leave the room, so that we can have some silence in the room? Thank you. Jasenka, go ahead.
Thank you. Before I start, I would like to draw members' attention to the addendum, which includes 2 additional drawing numbers and minor amendments to the published report. I would also like to add in paragraph 6.6, a mistake's been spotted, and I'd like to confirm that combined area of extensions is 255 square meters and not 167 square meters as in the report. I wish to draw the members' attention to representations received. This application received 9 objections, all of them from residents of Shepherd's Bush Place, and mainly raising concerns over the use of roof terrace and impact in terms of noise and light pollution, together with potential antisocial behavior, increase in footfall, and parking issues. The proposal has been developed by Westfield as site owner and applicant, and the ministry as the future occupant. I would also like to draw attention to the planning history of this site. A certificate of lawful proposed development was granted last year, confirming proposed use within the former department store falls under the permitted Class E uses. Therefore, it's important to note that this application relates only to extensions and external alterations to the site. And these include extension to a proposed restaurant use on the upper floor, and the roof terrace with 3-meter high perimeter screening, installation of new and replacement plant, extension to the ground floor entrance lobby, and alterations to the facade to allow for additional glazed panels. During the course of the application, further clarifications regarding the use of the upper floor restaurant were provided in relation to access, operational management plan, and plant details. The application site relates to former House of Fraser store, one of the original anchor stores in the Westfield Shopping Centre. The former store measures approximately 9,900 square meters of gross internal area. The space is currently vacant and internal works are being carried out following grant of lawful development certificate. Site is located within the White City regeneration area, which is also designated as an opportunity area in the London plan. The site does not fall within a conservation area or any of the buildings are listed. However, there are some conservation areas close to the site, which include the Woodlane Conservation Area to the north and Shepherd's Bush Conservation Area to the south. The site is close to both the Dimco buildings and former BBC Television Centre, both Grade 2 listed. This slide shows location of former House of Fraser store in regards to the wider Westfield Shopping Centre. And this aerial view is from southwest looking northwards and demonstrates site's location within wider area and the extent of existing plant and roof areas. The former retail store occupies 3 floors plus ground floor access lobby from each street. The surrounding townscape is of a mix of styles and form. The area to the north comprised of Westfield Shopping Mall. To the east, the site is bounded by Aerial Way and the West Cross Route. To the south of the site is Shepherd's Bush Station, and to the immediate southwest, residential areas comprising of terraced houses along Shepherd's Bush Place and Stern Street, and small-scale buildings with flats along Bourbon Lane. This view is from the northeast, showing the wider context of the site and the areas of proposed extension in red and proposed roof terrace in yellow. More views to include at the right-hand side, the image of the existing flat roof, Shadowed area would be covered by the extension, whilst remaining area would stay as a roof terrace. Also shows relationship to the adjoining Shepherd's Bush Place. These are further images of the existing approach from Shepherd's Bush station and the views of the site from East Street. The proposal includes a ground floor extension of approximately 88 square meters to allow for a larger lobby with 2 separate entrances. One of the lobby entrances would allow use of elevators to access directly top floor, whilst main entrance would be served by escalators to upper floors. The proposed extension would be largely glazed and would remain under the existing overhang of upper floors. The proposal also includes extension to the upper floor at level 55 to allow for approximately additional 167 square meters of restaurant area. The extension would take up about half of the existing flat roof area, whereas another half would be used as a roof terrace and would be of approximately 128 square meters. Roof terrace would allow for a maximum of 50 covers, would have seating area, perimeter screen of 3-meter height, and restricted hours of use. The image to the right shows the proposed appearance of the extension and the roof terrace. Officers are recommending that the roof of the extension be completed with a green roof. The development is proposing to replace and upgrade existing plant at the top roof level. The proposal would include additional air handling and extraction units, which would be located within the same roof area as the existing plant and the enclosure. This slide demonstrates existing and proposed elevations facing west cross route to include upper floor extension, perimeter enclosure of the roof terrace, and additional glazed panels to allow for daylight internally. This is the elevation facing East Street, would introduce additional glazing to improve internal daylight levels. It should be noted that permission was granted in 2020 to allow for similar level of facade alterations, however, was never implemented. This is an additional slide demonstrating extent of internal restaurant area. For the reference, the restaurant is of approximately 477 square meters, and area comprising extension and terrace totaling about 295 square meters. The application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions and Section 106 contributions for public realm improvements as outlined in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So who would like to start with the questions? Councillor Connell.
Thank you, Chair. Just out of interest, given that that it is the ministry is an applicant that does have a history of providing music, I don't seem to appear to find a condition requiring acoustic doors leading on to the terrace.
I think we do have a condition for, well, certainly for proposed perimeter screening,
yes.
Further details are required, including acoustic performance.
I'm talking about the doors, which is where the noise, the internal doors, where the noise will be coming out of.
Yes, sorry, through the chair, and there's also additional condition 15, which talks is reference self-closing doors.
Yeah, I did see self-closing. It didn't say anything about acoustic doors. Acoustic doors generally have 2 doors. So when the doors open, even when they're open, I find it more annoying if in the 15-20 seconds the door is open and loud music comes out. Whereas you get used to a continual thrum of music.
Just I think to clarify, this is not a music venue. This is a question to the officers.
That's correct. Yes, the primary use of this use, which was allowed under the certificate of lawfulness, is an office use, and it's got ancillary facilities. So obviously, one of the ancillary facilities is the food and beverage uses, which is proposed on the upper floor. And the application that's before you tonight is effectively an extension to that space.
So the kind of acoustic doors you might need for a nightclub or a concert venue would not be necessarily required for this development.
That's correct. Obviously, it doesn't prevent there being music within the premises, but so the members are clear, this is not a nightclub.
Yeah, and the sort of heavy duty acoustic doors are not required here. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
Councillor Carmel?
Yes, could I just have a look at the rooftop plan again? And I just want to I can't quite see on this, the arrow pointing down to the southeast, which is shaded. Is that accessible or not? I can't read the writing on there.
Do you mean the middle image or?
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
So the doors that are visible there are only for access and maintenance of the facade?
So just to be there, because my eyesight's not what it used to be. That area is not accessible to members of the public.
This is the roof terrace.
It is, and that is the bit that is limited to a maximum of 50 people.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Short-Verdier.
Thank you, Chair. Just to be clear, what is the use that is proposed in the rooftop extension?
It's a part of the restaurant use. It's a food and beverage.
Thank you. One point that I wanted to raise with you is so in this you're conditioning the use of the terrace to certain times, but I was wondering whether we had sort of missed the mark on that one, because we're conditioning the use of food and beverages, which I understand the intent, but I wouldn't mind that someone, goes to have their breakfast on the terrace at 6 a.m. before work. Like, I think what residents are afraid of instead is potentially the other licensable activities taking place on there, which is mostly probably live music or, all sorts that really emit noise. So I'm just wondering, that condition particularly, can that be strengthened to really target? I appreciate we're planning, not licensing. Can that be targeted to include those things that will really annoy our residents?
Well, the times that are actually included within the particular condition are those that were put forward by the applicant. Notwithstanding that, clearly the applicant can always come back and seek an amendment to that particular condition if they so desire. Obviously, in terms of officers and obviously the concerns that were expressed by local residents, we want to try and do what we can to protect the residents as much as we can. And that's why there's a further condition which limits the hours of use of the terrace up to 11 o'clock. However, if the applicant wishes to come back and revisit that condition, whether or not it's bringing the hours forward and to say 7 o'clock, then they're obviously open to do that, but that will be formed part of a separate application.
Okay, thank you. And the last question was on the report, there's conflicts between pages 63 and 67, namely about the comments received by LBHF from RBKC. So on 63, it says comments were received from them on the 3rd of March of this year. And then on page 67, it says it raised no objections. So I was just wondering, what were the comments from the neighbours?
Yes, it was one representation received from the Royal Borough of Kensington, Chelsea, that's the borough itself, and they raised no objections to the application.
So they made a representation.
They made a representation.
We raised no.
And raising no objections.
Okay.
So the representations that we received in objection to the application were from residents in our borough.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Follow up on.
No, I'll come to Councillor Harvey first, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Cromwell.
Can I just take you to page 68? There's a number of objections there. So I wanted to ask, One such objection talks about the roof terrace directly overlooking the residential houses in Shepherd's Bush Place. And I'm not seeing on these images where that is, where the overlooking is, so I can get a better understanding of it. Could you show us, please?
Yes, through the chair. So this photograph shows the position of the extension, which is in the sort of the flat roof diamond shape. So the extension is extending over the northern end of that diamond. So effectively, and the terrace is to the southern end. And then if you look across to the left of that photograph, the residential properties, the terrace properties there, that's Shepherd's Bush Place. So that's the relationship.
Oh, sorry. Would you be able? Would people that are in the roof terrace be able to see into the properties of the residents?
No, they wouldn't, because the proposal includes a 3-meter high perimeter screen.
So what does that mean?
Sorry, so the screen that's enclosing the terrace area is 3 meters high, 10 feet high.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question was in relation to the next bullet point down. So there's talk about there being a detrimental impact on the immunity of local residents in Captain Village, Shepherd's Bush Place, Bourbon Lane and Stern Street. I've done a lot of work with Captain Village in terms of antisocial behaviour and such things. So have you considered any detrimental impact and how that can be addressed?
We have obviously we've spoken to the applicant in terms of what measures they're going to introduce to control people coming and going, obviously dispersal policy, and we've got a condition attached to the recommendation which requires the applicant to submit an operational management plan. So that will deal with, in terms of how staff will deal with, particularly with visitors to the premises, in terms of controlling any noise and disturbance.
Okay, Councillor Carmel, then Councillor Harcourt.
Sorry, I was just going to follow up on something that Councillor Verdier said, and I was going to make a suggestion for him to decide, because I'll happily second it if he wishes to proceed with it. But if you're concerned about noise pollution, you could propose a condition that says something along the lines of no noise from the bar, restaurant and terrace hereby approved shall be audible at the boundary of any noise sensitive property. And just while I'm on that, since it was also raised, I know in condition 9, it says not adversely affected by noise and light pollution, but the bit above says nothing about lux levels penetrating into neighbouring properties, and the local residents have complained about the LED screen already shining on them. What are, if any, the controls on light pollution from the bar, restaurant and terrace?
So through the chair, can I just pick up on the first point? If I draw your attention to condition number 3, that deals with noise from use and activities associated with the use. So whilst it's not specific to any particular, specific to the terrace itself, it does cover the wider development. In terms of your second point, again, I'd draw the members' attention to 2 conditions that we've got attached to the recommendation. Condition 18 that deals with external lighting. And we've also got condition 19 that deals with the submission of details in terms of how.
John, if you'd like to continue actually and finish the sentence, that'd be appreciated. Thank you.
Yep, I was just pointing out that condition 19 deals with a strategy that effectively is to control lights being left on overnight. Obviously, with regard to the concerns that have been raised by residents in terms of light pollution, again, you need to look at the sort of the orientation of this in terms of how it's angled. Obviously, the terrace itself will be a solid screen, so there's no light penetration through there. And then in terms of the actual openings that have been provided at the restaurant, they're further to the west. So they're actually beyond the Westfield sign itself. So that's quite an acute angle from those residential properties.
Sure, thank you. And I have to insist on no crosstalk and interruption, just so all members of the committee can hear all the answers in full. Okay, Councillor Harcourt.
Thank you, Chair. Just one very brief question for me, which is about green roof. We're losing the green roof. There's mention here about possible replacement area. Could you just tell me a little bit more about that?
Yes, so the extension itself is over the red triangle, and the proposal effect, we've actually added a condition that effectively a green roof be added to that area. Obviously, the yellow area is where the terrace is. So we're getting 50% back of the existing green roof.
On top of the extension. I see, okay.
Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask about the cycle parking. Firstly, could you identify where the cycle parking would be in the extension?
And there's no actual cycle parking within the extension itself. They're all within the extension itself is on an upper level to a restaurant. There's obviously wider cycle provision across all of Westfield itself within the car park.
Right. So so you're saying that when you mentioned the cycle provision on page 61, this is purely going to be within the overall existing scheme itself?
There is a condition 21 that the requirement for lockable cycle storage areas and the ground floor of the use itself.
So of area C. Can you identify where that would be?
So this is the drawing of the ground floor existing, and in a red additional square meter, it would be located within this space. At this moment, we don't have details, but we conditioned a submission of details for council to approval.
Okay, so the reason I bring attention to this is the cycle route, how people would access to that space. I believe from memory that area is largely a pedestrianized area, and on the opposite side is a kind of a bus terminus. So there's very few areas that would seem to aid itself adequately to being somewhere that people could take an active or cycle to that location, dismount, and then park there. It seemed that it'd be rather long route to get to that secured cycle areas. I'm just trying to understand why this is being added as a condition when it seems rather impractical to get to.
I think the purpose of obviously adding the condition was obviously in order to provide a sustainable form of transport. So obviously, you know, the option is there if visitors to the premises want to park their cycle within the facility or use some of the surrounding facilities.
Would it be possible as part of a condition to identify a more suitable location, perhaps one that's not primarily either a pedestrianized or a bus terminal area to be used for a cycle storage?
Again, through the chair, if members are in agreement, we can revisit the wording of condition 21 that makes it effectively that details of cycle storage areas within the development rather than being specific to the ground floor.
I think that would be appropriate, just given that obviously preserving pedestrian safety as a priority.
Supposed to vary the condition or just to provide additional details?
I'd say to provide additional details. If that would be thought to be adequate, I'm happy to take advice on that.
Sorry, through the chair, I'm not entirely clear what perimeter you're looking at here with, because obviously we can only exercise control over the red boundary, the application side. I suppose the point here is that it's better to give the option for people to cycle there than not to have the option of having somewhere secure to leave their bike. We're conscious that the wider development has a whole variety of provision for cycling. So it was really just an added benefit when I don't think that the application stands or falls, if you like, on this provision of cycle parking.
Yeah, my concern, however, is that primarily the access routes around this site is not very suitable as a cycle route. I worry that as a condition that this would be something that would endanger cyclists as they try to access that space. To get to that space, they would either need to come along Shepherd's Bush Green, go down into the bus terminus and then access the area, or somehow manage to come through. Actually, they wouldn't be able to because it's either escalators or steps to get up and across what is already a pedestrianized area to then access it. It doesn't seem very practical. And on the other alternative, it doesn't seem very safe. That's my concern.
Through the chair, I don't think there's any other alternative as part of what is actually before committee tonight. We balancing out the benefits of at least giving the option to customers, employees, and the likelihood that they would dismount and just walk with their bicycle that small remaining section to the building. There's that against the likelihood of any risk to themselves or other pedestrians. We just feel it's the most feasible and practical and acceptable solution. I'm just concerned. I don't think we could. I'm not entirely clear about broadening the condition to start including areas outside the application site, because obviously we could not do that as part of this application, I guess, is the key point I'm making.
Fine, I'll take your advice on that.
Okay, Councillor Pascu-Touberay.
Thank you very much. My question is about the provisions made for the workers in what is potentially quite an interesting bit of the nighttime economy. Very often, if you are sort of working in something that closes at 3, you spend a bit more time shutting out shops, so you only end up leaving at sort of 3:30, 4:30. At that time of the night, public transport provision ain't great. And so for reasons of safety, you very often have to rely on on your own car. I note that the existing car parking area shuts at 3 a.m. What provision is made for people who might need a car slightly later in the evening?
Well, the alternatives are obviously if you're not going to use public transport, obviously there are facilities at night in terms of night buses, for example. But the alternative is obviously there are taxis.
That's not particularly safe or inclusive for many people working in the nighttime economy.
Actually, just to follow up on that, are there special provisions or parking spaces specifically for employees of Westfield that are open later than 3 a.m., to your knowledge?
I'm not aware of that, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Harvey.
I just want to go back to the objections from residents. So there was an objection about Shepherd's Bush Place and the street parking, and concerns that visitors would take up residents' parking outside of the CPZ times. So could you just give some reassurance that that's not going to happen, or what's being put in place to address that?
Again, it's drawing the members' attention that this application isn't about the use of the whole premises. We're talking about two extensions. So obviously, in terms of what we can control here, if we had an application in front of us which was effectively for a change of use of the whole premises, then I think we would be looking at potentially maybe revisiting or looking at maybe some sort of review. But the application in front of us is actually for an extension to an existing premises.
Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Carmel. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Having reread the report again this evening, I did notice during the course of the meeting that one of the objectors to the scheme is an ex-council colleague of mine and also a friend. However, not that great a friend because I haven't seen the person in over 4 years, and consequently I have not discussed the application. Given the gap and the reasons behind it, I will be staying in the meeting and I will be voting.
Thanks, Councillor Carmel. The sheet that I've received declares its interest with regards to the next item, Hyde Mews. Did you meant this item? Okay, that's fine. No, yeah, I'll don't worry. Well, I'll bring it to you later. Don't worry. Yeah. Okay. So that's with regards to this item. Okay. It's the next item. Okay. Well, I'll read out. Okay. Okay. No problem. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Nope. Okay. So we'll move on to voting. Firstly, on recommendation 1, which is on page 55. Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
For.
Councillor Harcourt.
In favour.
Councillor Harvey.
In favour.
Councillor Souslouz.
For.
Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Carmel.
For.
Councillor Pascu-Tabure. For. And I'll also be voting for. So that recommendation has been approved. And now we'll vote on recommendation 2, which is also on page 55. Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
For.
Councillor Harcourt.
For.
Councillor Harvey.
For.
Councillor Souslouz.
In favour.
Councillor Walsh.
For.
Councillor Carmel.
For.
Councillor Pascu-Tabure.
Agreed.
And I'll also be voting for. So that application has been approved. Thank you very much. I'm conscious of the fact that the next item may take some time. So I'm going to propose a 10-minute comfort break. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. We're just going to give it a couple more minutes because we have 2 members absent. So I just want to make sure everyone's here. Okay, thanks very much. We're back. Now we'll be moving on to item 6, which is 2 Hyde Mews. And can I please ask the presenting officer to introduce the report? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application relates to 2 Hyde Mews and Dalling Road, and it is for the submission of details of a demolition and construction logistics plan pursuant to condition 5 and details of a demolition method statement and construction management plan pursuant to condition 6 of planning permission 2020-556 dated the 18th of May 2020. This shows the site in question, 2 Hyde Mews. The plan, and it is sorry. It's a warehouse style brick building which converted into 2 dwellings. It's set back from the street off Dalling Road and is accessed principally from this driveway here on Dalling Road via the gate. Planning permission was granted a committee in June 2019 for the enlargement of the existing basement to provide a swimming pool and an extension and alterations to the property. It was at that committee that a resolution was granted that residents would be consulted on the details before them tonight. Following that, in May 2020, a revised application was submitted for the same, end up with the same development, but involved demolishing the existing building and rebuilding it, again with the extension previously approved and the enlarged basement that was granted under delegated powers. This application includes the details, and for example, the key sort of headlines that the program be 124 weeks in total, phases overlapping, and sort of breaks down the site setup, demolition, and the various program of works here. And then of interest is the routing plan for the vehicles connected with the site. So access to the site will be via Goldhawk Road, turning into Wingate Road, then left into Wellesley Avenue, Wellesley Road, and then left into Dalling Road. Smaller vehicles will reverse into the site, and then when the vehicles leave the site, they'll go left along Dalling Road into Naismith Street and Thurber Street, left into Dalling Road, and return to the B408 and the classified road network. The routing was chosen in order to avoid passing Brackenbury Primary School and the width restriction in Brackenbury Road. Again, the site, the nearby sensitive receptors. So it's identified the Brackenbury Primary School is nearby. The school hours are 5 to 9 to 3:30. During term time, the vehicle types will be restricted to 9:30 and 3 o'clock. It's the wrong time mentioned there. The routing and manoeuvring has been expressly designed to avoid the school and the width restriction on Brackenbury Road. The working hours on the site would be the normal as allowed under legislation, which is 8 to 6 Monday to Friday and 8 to 1 on Saturdays, with no work on Sundays or bank holidays. As you can see here, no more than one vehicle will attend the site at any time. They'll not be permitted to stack up outside the site, not block the road. There'll be qualified traffic marshals to oversee vehicle movements on the public highway, and signage will be in line with the traffic sign regulations. This table sort of sets out the types of vehicles that will be used during the development and the numbers per week. So as you can see, during the demolition phase, there'll be a maximum of 33 vehicles per week. And then when the structural steel works and the pool roof work and glazing have been done, there'll be a maximum of 37 vehicles per week on the site. And then there's a list here of the types of vehicle that would be used. It is recognised that to facilitate turning and reversing, there'll be a suspension length of around 10 metres required opposite the site. And for the largest vehicle, may be necessary to suspend the length of parking bay in Naismith Street to facilitate the manoeuvres, but this is not expected. And again, this is all to avoid passing Brackenbury School. This just gives you an indication the road marshals and the manoeuvring for vehicles to get into the site. And, you know, there's a lot of thought being given to being safety with regards to pedestrians and other road users. This is just a brief plan showing the building as approved. You have a basement here with a gym and a pool there. Ground floor level, dining room, living room, and an office, the bathroom, kitchen, and then master bedroom at first floor level. And then just there's a section through the site and the elevations. The scheme was publicised, and a significant number of concerns were raised by local residents, which have been summarised in the report. We work closely with the highways colleagues and air quality colleagues who are satisfied with the level of detail provided in the submission, and therefore it is recommended that permission or that the details be approved. I would just like to refer you to the addendum, where there are a couple of typos to be altered, a line to be deleted, and a new paragraph which talks about the communication strategy, pointing out that the site manager would be the first point of contact for any queries or complaints, and telephone numbers, including out-of-hours numbers, would be shown on the site hoarding, including emergency contact details. And they also confirm that residents will be informed by letter drop, and a complaints book will be kept and issues arising dealt with by the project manager. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Neil. Now, I'd like to welcome two speakers, Rhys Jones and Sarah Helm, and you have 5 minutes between you whenever you'd like to start. Thank you.
Thank you very much for listening to us. I'm going to speak very fast. We have obviously many principled objections to this, and have had since 2018 when the first hearing was. Most simply, this is going to be a luxury pad for a one-bedroom swimming pool, basically. So a very decent house is being knocked down a lot, and permanently loss of sleeping, living space, etc., which I wouldn't have thought was necessarily a good thing vis-a-vis housing policy, and nor for the conservation area of Brackenbury. But the points I'd like to make are more practical today, because a lot of those issues have been discussed before. The most practical point I want to make is that not that we object to the principles, which we do, but this simply will not work, whatever is said in the construction development plans. The fact it won't work is because the site is totally inappropriate. It's got a hopeless access. It's a tiny little mews with 2 houses in it that is literally cradled by surrounding houses. The access gate is small. We have had planning experts tell us that the swept path analysis means that the bigger lorries simply won't be able to get in through the turn on the diagonal. You can see on the tracking sort of thing that they actually seem to be going over parked cars. So that is simply not going to work. Not only that, but once they get into the site, it's very, very small. There's nowhere for people to park, nowhere for all these trucks. There's going to be cement mixers, there's going to be skips. There's a huge amount of waste coming out of this huge swimming pool. Where's it going to go? Never mind the building materials, construction materials, etc. So there's no storage space. At 2 Hyde Mews, it's tiny. They say they might be able to use the forecourt of 1 Hyde Mews. That hasn't got planning permission. It's not marked in the red line on your map. So the whole site is totally inappropriate. Not only that, that's going to mean that once it gets going, it's going to spill out into Dowling Road, and there's going to be complete chaos in the road. Okay, it's not going near Brackenbury School, but there are 4 primary schools within very close distance of this place. Children are all over these roads and paths. They're going to be walking under the gantries. They're going to be walking in the face of these trucks and these marshals. Are they going to be there all day long? I don't know. They've limited the hours, for which we're grateful. But they doesn't count for breakfast clubs, after school clubs, all the practice, concerts, rehearsals that go on at these schools. Children are coming and going all the time. It's already a death trap. And then I'd like to add that we don't have an awful lot of faith in the developer himself, because he's changed his mind multiple times. He originally just going to have his swimming pool. 2 months later, he decided to knock down the whole house and rebuild it, on which we were not really consulted, whatever the council may say. So most people in the area didn't even know it was going to happen. So it's an accident waiting to happen, and it will not work.
Thank you. Chair, I live in Windsgate Road. I oppose this development. I oppose these logistic and management plans being passed. I wish to make 2 legal points. Firstly, just because the original permission has been passed doesn't mean that it is necessarily possible to protect the residential amenity of the locality and find a demolition and construction logistics plan and construction management plan that meets that requirement. This is a separate step you have to separately approve. You're not on a preordained course because the previous permission has been granted. The second is a point of law. You not only have a discretion to refuse this, in my submission, you have a duty to. To pass these plans would be irrational and illegal. And the reason why that it would be irrational and consequently illegal and subject to judicial review is that the application is founded on a permission which has expired. The council have been advised about this. They have have been informed that 4 things happened on which the council say the permission still stands. Firstly, trial pits were dug. Secondly, trial circular holes were dug. The permission is for demolition and construction. It's not for construction of trial pits and for circular holes. They say there has been extensive stripping out of the internal roof and plaster work and bathrooms. You do not need planning permission to do that. We all know that, it's self-evident. Finally, they allege the garden has been cleared. Clearly, that is not commencement of the works. In this situation, the developer has not commenced works within 3 years. And therefore, if you were to pass this, you would be acting irrationally. Now, what you can do is invite the officers to reconsider their position. They're not bound and is stopped by they've already formed a view about. They can reconsider it, decide that on reflection, the primary permission has expired. And you may also wish to go and look at the site. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, if you'd just like to turn the mic off and then return to your seats, that would be much appreciated. Thank you very much. Okay, now we can move on to committee members' questions to officers. And sorry, we have another speaker. That's very true. We have Karen Phillips speaking in support. Karen, sorry, almost forgot about you. If you'd like to come to the microphone, and whenever you're ready, you have 5 minutes. Thank you very much.
Okay, good evening. My name is Karen Phillips and I'm the agent for the applicant. Firstly, I would like to thank the local residents for taking the time to share their concerns regarding the impact of the development on them and the highway network. It's only really through a process of consultation can we truly understand their concerns and work towards finding solutions. As my predecessor was involved with the development when the first application was approved at the committee meeting on the 10th of June 2019, and for a second time under delegated powers on the 18th of May 2020, I will, with some of the time available, reflect on my assessment of the information and process adopted specifically in relation to the discharge of condition 5 and 6, which is why we are here this evening. What I have found to be reassuring is the efforts employed by the local authority to inform and consult with the immediate neighbours on both planning applications. They also sought counsel from experts within the local authority, consulting with the highways, public protection and safety teams. I also want to acknowledge the efforts of my predecessor, who on receipt of the approved planning permission in 2019, reviewed all of the objections noted by the local residents at that time, appointing experts to produce a 25-page construction logistic plan, which was subsequently submitted with the 2020 planning application and made publicly available on the Hammersmith and Fulham website. That the team were listening and providing solutions at such an early stage of the planning process illustrates to me the importance that they placed on the relationship with the local residents and the need for reassurance by providing as much information about the construction phase and logistics as early in the process as possible ahead of receiving planning permission. This was clearly a view held by the local authority, who again approved the planning application in 2020, noting that any impact on the neighbours and local highways could be mitigated by way of a robust construction management plan and construction logistic plan. It was reassuring that only 4 objections were raised by the local residents at this time, as this led me to believe that the solutions proposed had resonated. As there appeared to be such a positive response to the construction logistic plan, the team decided to use this as the framework for the current discharge of condition 5 and 6, while considering opportunities to provide more robust solutions beyond what had already been considered as fundamental. And this included construction vehicles would avoid the local primary school, operating only school hours during term time. Only 1 vehicle would be permitted to access the site at any one time. There would be supervised access and egress of vehicles by at least 2 traffic marshals who would be specifically trained on the route, with priority given to local traffic. Routes would be adopted that would limit the number of manoeuvres by construction vehicles, with no access via Cressy Court at any point for construction traffic. There would be paid suspensions of resident bays as required to manage construction traffic. And finally, there would be a robust strategy for dealing with dust, noise and vibration. Following a meeting on site last year when I became involved with the project, I met with the owners of One Hyde Mews, and actually I proposed to the applicant that we should seriously consider renting One Hyde Mews for the main construction phase, so that we could contain as many of the construction phase activities as possible within the demise of Hyde Mews. And you can actually, in the forecourt of Hyde Mews, fit 3 vehicles, and there is plenty of space within 2 Hyde Mews as well for skips and storage of materials. I was delighted that the suggestion was embraced so positively by the applicant, as the cost would be significant despite a number of time and cost efficiencies that could be realised by this approach. However, he was willing to consider any solution that would mitigate the impact on local residents. I'll be honest when I say that the process of negotiating to rent One Hyde Mews has been challenging and protracted. Despite the owners embracing the rental, They pulled out of the lease after weeks of negotiations just before it was due to be signed, requesting a 75% increase in the weekly rent originally agreed based on what they would expect to receive in the open market, including an extension to the rental term of 80 weeks when the building was projected to be watertight. At this point, we had been ready to submit all of the documents that had been prepared by the professional consultant for discharge of condition 5 and 6 and the section 80 demolition notice, assuming the rental of 1 Hyde Mews. However, we had to put this on hold until we had considered our position with the applicant. From our experience, an applicant spending £112,000 to rent a property to minimise the impact on local residents and the highways was unprecedented. Hence, we did not expect a favourable response. However, he listened to the advice of his team and accepted the owner's revised terms. In addition, Acon UK were appointed to visit the site and produce an air quality and dust management plan, which has since discharged our responsibilities under Section 81 and is included as part of the documents to discharge condition 5 and 6. Of course, it goes without saying that despite a proactive and solution-oriented approach in response to the concern of local residents, the latest consultation process resulting in a huge number of objections, and the reason that we are here this evening was unexpected. From my research, it does appear that most objections had already been acknowledged and solutions proposed. Hence, I cannot account for or explain why so many local residents have now only chosen to come forward. I have previously made myself available to the local residents for concerns to be discussed, which has been embraced in part. For those local residents here this evening, I will continue to be available to listen and act on any reasonable concerns that have not already been addressed to the best of my ability and that of the wider team. In closing, I think it important to recognise the rigorous process that has been adopted by the local authority during the assessment of both planning applications, which has resulted in permission for the development to proceed whilst acknowledging the objections that exist with local residents, however, expecting that these could be mitigated. This has since been supported by the local planning officer, who has recommended the approval of the discharge of condition 5 and 6, which I hope the committee will uphold. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to members' questions for officers. And I'd just like to start actually by seeking some legal advice, if that's okay. So there was mention of the illegality of this process and that the previous permission has expired because what's being given as an example of commencement of work does not meet the threshold. So could you clarify that for us?
Yes, Chair. So we have, we were made aware of all these allegations. The enforcement officer has been on site and made a list of the works that have taken place. And case law is quite clear that very little is needed to implement a planning permission. So there are two issues, the implementation of the planning permission and the pre-commencement conditions. And both of those have been looked at quite thoroughly. And we feel that the works that have been carried out are sufficient to implement the planning permission. And the pre-commencement conditions fall within the exceptions that are again recognised by the courts. There are different types of exceptions. I don't think it is now the appropriate time to go into that. I mean, we can provide them with a detailed response. We have already done so. But in our view, that the pre-commencement conditions, some of them don't go to the heart of the planning permission. Whether it goes to the heart or not is a matter for the decision maker. And in our view, the planning permission has been implemented.
Okay, thank you. So according to case law, the threshold for commencement of works is very low, and that threshold has been met.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Now, are there any other questions? Yes, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Chair. Just following on regarding the permission here. So obviously the first permission was in 2019 when it was done by committee and then brought back, I think, under designated authority. Given that this was such a substantive change, obviously previously an extension, now demolition and a new building, plus, can I get confirmation, was it an exact replication of the previous building?
Hi, thank you, Councillor. The I mean, it was looked at on its merits, and the resultant building from the second application would be the same as previously approved. The scale and massing of the extensions and the basement were all the same, so therefore it was considered that this could be dealt with under delegated powers. Furthermore, the numbers of objections that were received to the second application were much lower. I believe it was 4 or 5 objections were received at the time.
Just to clarify, so let's say the above ground structure, although it was still the same height and massing, it was a different building. It was, for one of a better example, it was laid out differently inside.
The internal layout of the building would be the same as what was approved at committee. It was just the structure of the building would be rebuilt effectively, and it would be rebuilt in the same design as was previously approved.
So it's a replication above a basement extension.
Yes.
Right. My next question is just in regards to, obviously, after the designated authority, there's a subsequent, designated authority permission. When would that permission have expired? What would the date of that expiration have been?
I think the officers are best placed to answer that. It was the exact date that it would have expired.
The delegated permission would have expired on I think it was the 18th of May 23.
And in terms of the pre-work that is referenced, that I believe either has taken place, obviously the speakers have referenced that it may not have constituted actual pre-work. When did that evidence get submitted to the council? Do you have a precise date for that?
That was submitted ahead of that date as part of the submissions to do with submission of details for a different condition. The information was contained in that report, and then correspondence also with the applicant or the agent.
Okay. And the framework, the policy framework laid down to qualify, obviously, as the chair has referenced, that this is a weak framework. What policy is, what is the policy that is required that lays out the conditions necessary to say that the pre-work has taken place?
Sorry, I don't think I quite followed you. I mean, what is the evidence? What evidence do we have that these works have taken place?
Which policy sets the guidelines?
There is no policy as such that sets the guidelines. What I'm referring to is case law. So there are several cases. For example, there is a case that says putting trenches in the ground. There's another case which talks about clearing a hedge for a new access. So it goes on like that. So basically, any work that is part of the planning permission that has been granted, or any work that is required to start the development process. So digging a trench, demolishing the interior would be commencement of the demolition, which is part of the planning permission that has been granted. So the works that have taken place, although they might seem relatively minor, are sufficient to implement the planning permission.
Would you say that the works that have been submitted, or the proof of these works, would be equivalent to the evidence that was used in that case law?
I would think so, yes. And there's another way of looking at it as well. Again, where the courts have said we need to look at it from an enforcement perspective. And what they've said that where for example, a developer is working with the council to discharge the conditions, it would be irrational and an abuse of power to then take enforcement action.
Okay. I move on then. Regarding one of the reference is that as part of the traffic marshal's and the actions that they'll be taking is that priority shall be given to local traffic. Could you elaborate on that point as to how that will be feasible to give priority to local traffic, which is unpredictable?
So as part of the management plan, there would be a restriction on the number of vehicles that could arrive at one time. There would also, the traffic marshals would ensure that vehicles were not obstructing the flow of traffic along the highway. So they would move, if a vehicle arrived when it was not scheduled to, it would be moved on so it could not stop and obstruct the highway. So that's part of the plan, is that they would be required to enforce that.
But these are rather narrow roads. So I know that obviously the plan is that traffic will flow down Wingate Road, which you've got parked traffic on both sides. So this is quite a narrow stretch of road that traffic would be flowing along. In the event that there's local traffic intercepts with that, or if, for instance, a truck arrives earlier than scheduled, where would it be possible to move it along? Obviously, you've got the school, which is being very much prioritized as an area to avoid any of these vehicles going near. Where would these, let's say, early trucks get moved along to, or how that work?
As part of the construction and the demolition plans, they have set out a procedure where they would phone ahead. So if, for example, a delivery that they had received was taking longer to load or unload, they would the next delivery would have to phone ahead and check that there was space clear, that the marshals were already ready for them before they could proceed onto the local road network surrounding the site.
I'll give way to others at this time, but I would like to come back.
Sure. And so is your concern about the commencement of works that what's been given as examples of commencement of work so far is so light that it could have been done in a matter of days, and there's no way of proving that it was actually done before the 3-year deadline?
Precisely.
And so is there any way of proving that this was done before the expiration of the 3-year deadline?
Well, I mean, the details of the work were provided ahead of that date, what work had been carried out, particularly to do with the contaminated land condition. And then photographs were also provided by the applicants as well, showing things that happened. So I think we're satisfied it was carried out before the expiry of the date.
Okay, so you're confident that the works, albeit light, were carried out before the end of the 3-year deadline?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Councillor Harcourt.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really pursuing that same particular. I don't want to spend the evening discussing that because we're here to look at two particular points: the the demolition and construction logistics plan and the construction management plan conditions. But before we do that, my concern is that we don't get involved in any discussion or decision that could in any way either bring this planning committee into disrepute or whatever. That doesn't preclude residents, if should they so wish, taking this to JR or whatever. That's their decision. But I just want to be absolutely clear on our position on this. And then if we're happy that we've done nothing, to quote, irrational or illegal, then let's move on and look at these two items only.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you. Okay, are there any other comments or questions? Yes, Councillor Schwartz-Verdier.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, so for everyone's interest, there's an appendix with an amendment of a paragraph numbered 4.11 on page 89. I just wanted to propose amending this to include, if possible, that there would be somewhere that people could just drop in a letter, because it's all via computers and all that. So perhaps if there was just outside the property somewhere, just a letterbox, and that people can just drop in. Just because I'm thinking it's, even though I do digital for the council, it's some people don't have smartphones. If so, I would require a seconder.
So I think just for clarity, what Councillor Schwartz-Verdier is proposing is that there be a physical box for people to drop letters in with comments if they don't have access to a computer, for example, they can't email, they can put a letter in. Yeah, Councillor Harvey?
Is that in relation to general planning stuff?
No, it's that amendment that we have on this little paper. You may have received it, and it answers to some of the residents' concern about having no one to contact if there are problems. And this proposes to put in place a site manager that has contact information, but it's all based on phones or internet. So
I'll happily second that. Chair, I'll happily second that.
Is that, do we have clarity on that? Yeah, I think it's just to allow people to be able to hand in, handwritten paper comments. Yeah. Okay, so you're proposing that, and a second.
Sorry, through the chair. Oops, apologies. This is a discharge of conditions, so we can't attach conditions to a discharge condition. What we could do is put an informative on any decision.
Okay, yeah, is everyone happy with that? Yeah, okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Harvey.
Yeah, so I wanted to get some clarity about the pre-commencement. So one of the objections on page 85 refers to, and I think one of the residents spoke to it, that it would be illegal in any case to start work before discharging pre-commencement conditions, so that if we'd accepted that work had commenced before the 18th of May 2023, it appears from what's being said that discharging pre-commencement conditions hadn't taken place. So can I just get some clarity about that, please?
Sorry, I think my best if I kind of answer that quite briefly. So yes, there are a few conditions which are the trigger for complying with those conditions are prior to commencement. But there are, this all stems from a legal principle that was established by the court some time ago, which said that if it was a pre-commencement condition and the commencement took place without the pre-commencement condition being discharged, it wouldn't be a lawful commencement. However, there are several exceptions to that principle that have been recognized by the court. And I think that's what I was referring to earlier on. Most of these pre-commencement conditions, even though the trigger was prior to commencement, do not go to the heart of the planning permission. And the question of whether that condition goes to the heart of the planning permission is a matter for the decision maker. So that is one of the exceptions. And one of the other, I suppose, more important exception is where you need to look at it from an enforcement perspective. And if we were to enforce the commencement as being an unlawful commencement, the courts would be quite dismissive, because if we have a situation where the developer is working with the council in trying to discharge the conditions, the question is, where is the harm? And the question is there a harm in the delay? And if the answer to both these questions are no, then the court would say that it was irrational and an abuse of power to take enforcement action. And that is an exception, again, to the Whitley principle, as they call it, which they are referring to in the objections, whereby they're saying the pre-commencement condition hasn't been discharged and therefore the commencement is not lawful. So the council's view is that, yes, they are a bit late, but they're working with the council, and therefore it would be irrational and an abuse of power to say that the commencement is not lawful.
So you're saying that the developers were late in doing?
Yes, not all the pre-commencement conditions were complied with on time, and the officers would kind of expand on that. However, the courts do say that is acceptable in certain exceptional situations, and in this particular case, the pre-commencement conditions fall within those exceptions.
So is that in the report somewhere?
It is because this what we have.
Sorry, I need to completely understand.
Yes, but that is not before the committee today, and therefore we shouldn't get distracted with that. What is before the committee today are the two conditions that need to be discharged, and the committee need to consider whether the evidence that's been produced is sufficient to discharge those conditions. But so the explanation was given as background to this matter.
So you're saying that we don't need to consider whether the previous planning has expired or not?
The council's position is that it hasn't expired.
But from our perspective, sitting here this evening to make a decision, are you saying that we don't need to concern ourselves with that?
No, because that will be separate. So if it has expired, then the council will be taking enforcement action. But in this situation, it would be irrational for the council to take enforcement action.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it helps from through the chair, from a planning officer's perspective, is that what's before committee tonight is the discharge of these two conditions. An issue has been raised, concern from residents that it's not been lawfully implemented, the actual permission itself. Our officers here tonight, including our legal expert, is advising you that we consider it has been lawfully implemented.
And therefore we don't need to concern ourselves with it.
Well, my take on it is you're the decision maker. It's your discretion whether I suppose are content that your officers have advised the committee correctly.
Sure. As far as I understand, a question was raised about legality, and the position of the council, the officers and the legal officers is that it was legal. And I would also just agree with Councillor Harcourt's comments, and I know I made my own comments and asked my own question about this, but we have to now consider specifically this item, which is to do with the demolition and construction logistics plan. But that, according to the officers and the legal officers, the question of legality has been settled, that it was legal.
Yeah, and my understanding is that if the residents consider that it hasn't been lawfully implemented, then they could judicially challenge the decision of the council if we were to grant permission for these conditions. That's my understanding. So that's an option that is open to any third party, is to judicially challenge or make a claim to judicially challenge any decision of any local planning authority. As I said, our advice is we are absolutely satisfied and content that this permission has been lawfully implemented.
Okay, I'm just going to take a final point on this from Councillor Carmel, and then if we can move on to questions and comments specifically with the item that we're dealing with today. Councillor Carmel.
Yes, thank you. And I just want to remind the committee that this is the item that I put a declaration of interest. It is confusing to this. As I understand the legal advice that we've received, whilst all the I's and all the T's of the 2019 permission may not have been absolutely cast iron followed, it would be irrational of this local authority to say that the missing dot over the I invalidates or fails to pass the level where this council could, in the council's opinion, say that the permission has not been implemented. I'm loath to say, as Mr. Butler said, that it has been lawfully implemented. It has, in the vast majority, been lawfully implemented, but it is not completely lawfully implemented. However, the emissions are so minor as to render it irrational were we to take the hardline view. Is that understanding by myself correct?
It is complicated and difficult to explain, but the way one needs to look at it is has the delay in, let's say, discharging any of the conditions caused any harm? Is the developer working with the council to discharge the conditions? So there has been several cases on this, and what the courts have concluded that if there is no harm in the delay, and where the conditions can be discharged and there is going to be no harm as a result of the delay, then it would be irrational and an abuse of power.
Sorry, if I could just follow up on that for the benefit of the committee. I think works have been undertaken that, were everything cast iron followed, would constitute implementation of the permission. The advice that we are receiving from yourself is that, despite the fact that not every I was dotted, it would be irrational for us to hold that against, and we would likely lose with costs against us were we to seek to enforce the absolute letter, because no harm has been done. Therefore, whilst the works weren't carried out in accordance with the absolute totality of the conditions, and I think there was a section 106 on this in 2018. And just by the by, on page 84 of the agenda, second bullet point, it says the committee decided on the 13th of June. There wasn't a committee on the 13th of June, it was the 10th of June. I think you're referring to the decision letter being put out. We just might like to amend that. But I'm right in saying that it is your opinion and the opinion of the council that were we to hold them to the exact letter of the conditions, it would be found to be irrational, and we'd likely have costs against the council.
At the end of the planning is a matter of fact and degree, and it is for the officers to take a view on whether the delay has caused any harm. And if they take the view that there is no delay, no harm as a result of the delay, and the developer is working with them to rectify or to discharge the conditions, if we were to take enforcement proceedings, the question would be, why is the council taking this extreme step when there is no harm and the developer is working with the council to discharge these conditions?
Okay, now, do we have any questions or comments specifically with regards to the demolition and construction logistics plan? Yes, Councillor Walsh.
Thank you. I'm going to refer to one of the objections, which is the underpinning of party walls. Can officers advise as to, obviously, as part of the demolition, are any of the party walls going to be affected by this action?
That would be covered under the Party Wall Act, so it wouldn't be covered under planning.
Fair enough. I will then refer to just regarding the you mentioned the school hours during the your presentation. Could you remind me again of what is the actual operating times of the school?
The operating times of the school are shown as 8:55 to 3:30.
So I believe the times for the construction and logistics is finishing at 3:30. Is that correct?
No, that the vehicles be restricted to between 9:30 and 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Okay. So would you envisage that there to be any overlap of vehicles associated with the construction and vehicles associated with the school, particularly given variation of activities that do take place at schools?
We don't envisage that there would be any overlap, and if any vehicles were observed, then that would be a matter of enforcement, that they were not sticking to the condition as set out.
And this would be in addition to the rules being set out as part of the marshals and moving vehicles along.
Yes. So as part of this condition, the site will have to operate in accordance with all the details that has been submitted. And if it was brought to our attention, or if we observed through site visits that they were not adhering to the plan, then planning enforcement would be notified that they were not operating in accordance with what was approved.
So my concern with that is that this is a lot of variables that are being placed upon the marshals to somehow manage and mitigate. This is West London. This is a busy area. There's a lot of variables that do take place between school activities, local traffic, issues with on site on the day, depending on how the construction is going. That's a huge amount of variables to try and manage. I'm concerned about how practical this would be to actually execute outside of a theoretical situation, but more in a practical situation.
Across the borough, we have numerous developments that take place. And all of those where they're of a certain scale have demolition plans or construction plans. We have like standards that we require in terms of information, and we have a pro forma in terms of the information we would require in these documents and the standards we expect the sites to work to. It's not an exact science, but we try to do what we can to manage the impact on residents. There's not much more we can do beyond that, what we've done so far.
I'd like to refer to page 88 and obviously the setting out of the timings. Just regarding the wording, overall, the hours of site operations between 8 a.m. 6 p.m. Monday to Friday, excluding bank holidays and Sundays, and 8:30 to 1 p.m. on Saturdays only. I'd like to see if we can get that amended slightly to reflect that it should be excluding bank holidays and Sundays where no work shall take place. I'd like to be a bit more explicit in its wording, if that's possible. Sure, no noisy works, if that is more acceptable to the committee.
Again, through the chair, there's no conditions on this, so it's all or nothing. It's what's before members. We can put informatives on, but they wouldn't be absolutely binding like conditions. So an informative can suggest and seek to add and elaborate on what was in the management plan. But essentially it's what's before members now is what is there to be decided upon. We have very little scope, as I say, because it is a condition, details before committee.
Okay. I will finish with one final area, which is the parking suspensions. Could you clarify which parking bays are likely to be suspended as part of this development?
There's a drawing that shows the swept path analysis of the vehicle accessing the site, and where you see the path of the vehicle overruns the parking space, that is the area that would require suspension when it's a larger vehicle accessing the site.
And how would the planning around that work? Because obviously, would this mean that the parking bay would be suspended for the period of the construction, or would this be something that is more rolling, that as and when is considered needed?
It would be as and when. So when they're expecting a larger vehicle to access the site and they know they wouldn't be able to undertake that manoeuvre with a vehicle parked in that space, then because they're booking their deliveries in advance, a week in advance, for example, then when they expect a larger vehicle, they could then book a parking suspension with the parking team.
And for reference, what is the period of application and notice for a parking bay suspension?
I don't have that information to hand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yep, Councillor Connell.
Thank you, Chair. Just had a look at the Brackenbury School website, and the school is actually open with extended daycare from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And I am concerned that especially during the winter months when it gets dark early, that doing the 8:55 to 3:30 will not cover, and the people who've had the extended daycare are likely to be tireder and paying less attention. But moving on from that, I may have missed it, but is there a size limit on the lorries that are, or length limit on the lorries that are allowed to attend the site? And when we've done lots of these access things in the past, one of the key considerations for access is whether the vehicle is able to enter and exit the site in forward gear. And having looked at the swept path analysis, I have to say that that does not appear to be the case, and why we are making an exception in this case. I've also Google Earth is a wonderful tool for members of this planning committee, and you no longer have to trek all around the borough to have a look at the sites. You can actually see the photographs. But I am concerned about the access, and even the Google Earth photographs, and they don't extend down the Mews, so you can see how tight it is down there. And secondly, the entrance is incredibly narrow, and I am concerned with how the logistics of access will be carried out. And I'm minded at this stage, pending the rest of the discussion on this item, to propose a deferment so members of this committee can have a site visit to actually see what the actual conditions on the ground are, because this is a very, very tight site, and I'm not satisfied at this moment, despite having looked at the swept path analysis and having looked on Google Earth, that it is sufficient. And I would quite actually, before I make a decision at this stage, would quite like to propose a deferment so members of this committee who share my concerns can inspect.
Okay, so you're formally proposing a deferment?
I said I'm minded at this stage. I want to see if the rest of the discussion informs my decision later on, but rather than do it now, because there might be ongoing discussions that might answer some of my concerns. I'm just giving notice that if before we go to the final decision, you ask me whether I still wish to propose that.
Okay, makes sense. Thank you. And you mentioned the term time construction hours of 8:55 to 3 p.m. They're actually 9:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. So to my mind, that wouldn't affect before school or after school activities, but actually just for officers in the addendum, that is down as till 3:30 p.m. So that can just be corrected to 3 p.m. as well. Thank you. Yes, Councillor Chabot-Berlier.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to talk about the provisions to give local traffic priority. And I was thinking in my head, if we've got a truck coming down from Galt Road on Wingate, turning on the Anglesey Arms, and there's a car that is a local person coming in front of it, does that mean the truck needs to reverse to give way?
There would be no, that we wouldn't envisage the truck to reverse. There would be opportunities along the road, vacant parking spaces, etc., for the car to give way to the truck. But just for context, the trucks that we're talking about are no bigger than the council's refuse vehicles, and they can make that manoeuvre to the site. So it's just on the eventuality when there is a car approaching, they would have to give way.
Thank you for raising that, because actually was my next point on page 88 at 4.3. There is a mention that trucks should give way to refused vehicles. They actually says refused collection days will be noted and refused vehicles given priority over construction vehicles. I just don't see how that can happen if you've got a truck on Dalling Road, you know, after it's turned from Wesley Avenue, and you've got a refused collection. What I'm thinking particularly, that means one of them has to reverse, and that's further noise for residents from the reversing noise. And if that happens often, it could drive you mad.
I think when that reference to that is in relation to when they would book deliveries, not all of the deliveries will be large trucks. I think if you in the demolition and construction plan, it sets out the number of trucks that will arrive at the site, but there's a mixture of vehicle sizes that arrive during the different phases of demolition construction and through different periods during the day and across the week. So although there's reference to trucks, there wouldn't be trucks arriving all the time. Some of the vehicles arriving to site will be smaller as well.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. I'm not going to use that to plug in the work that Councillor Halcott's been doing on bin collection, introducing recycling bins as well. But I'm still minded to think that bin collections tend to happen around 9 and 9:30 in some parts of the borough. So how does that work with the hours that we've provisions? I'm minded I can't put in an amendment, but sort of if we're saying that the hours are made so that trucks avoid collection times, but 9:30 there's collection still.
We could have an informative that says that there would be no deliveries. I'm not sure what day of the week this ward has their refuse collected, but it could be an informative that they would not take any deliveries during that period where the local streets get their waste collected. As part of this process, my team does check in with these sites to see, so we can, they have to log their deliveries when they arrive, etc. So we could ask to see those logs and check that they're actually adhering to that as well.
Yeah, that'd be really helpful if we could include that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so just for the benefit of Councillor Carmel and others, we just had a look on Google Earth at the accessway, and I appreciate these things are subjective and not every member of the committee has had sight of that. So if you could speak to Councillor Carmel's question about the width of the path, and if it is wide enough for construction vehicles. Thank you.
So when the details were originally submitted, I asked for further swept path analysis of a vehicle actually undertaking a manoeuvre into the site to show that it could get in through the gated area. And that has been demonstrated. Following on to the point you made about 3-point turns, if it was in the permanent scenario, not in the construction phase, then absolutely we would not accept any vehicles reversing out onto the public highway. But in this scenario, we will have traffic marshals 2 on site, and they will reverse into the site under the control of those marshals. They wouldn't be reversing out onto the highway. So in the exceptional circumstance during a construction or demolition phase where that is managed on those situations, we do accept it, but not if it was the permanent scenario for delivery and service in the site.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other questions? Councillor Harvey.
I just wanted to just to get some clarity on the other property that the applicant was speaking to about trying to get access to use the area and hire it, and it seems like that is so far has been unsuccessful. So currently we can't really take into consideration the access for that area because they don't have access to it. So when we're looking at this, we'll be just looking at that one property and the space that they've got for the skip and for the trucks to get in. Could you clarify that?
My understanding was that they do have access to that, but I may be mistaken, but I can see that they're nodding. I don't know if officers can confirm that.
I can. So as part of this process, we provided initial comments on the first draft of the demolition construction plan, and we asked for that detail. So as part of the review, we asked what would happen for the neighbouring One Hyde Mews, how would they access and use their property during that period when there's deliveries? How would they, have they, how are they affected? And in the appendix to the demolition and construction management plan, they set out how they've negotiated the access rights over the hard landscaped area to the front of the properties during the construction. And so that has been addressed.
So they do have access?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Sorry, we can't take comments from the floor, sorry. Any other questions, comments, Councillor Harvey? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask about the trucks that are going to be reversing in and how, if there are skips then in that area, how are they going to be able to reverse in if there are skips there? And I should add, without blocking the pavement and road.
Well, they would have to, their loading area would have to remain clear, and they've set out that they will take their deliveries off the public highway. And if we received complaints from residents that they were not operating in accordance, then we could, enforce against the site that they're not operating in accordance with what's been approved. They're going to have to keep that area clear to enable the vehicles to come off the highway and not obstruct the highway in any way. Or that confirmed that that's what they will do.
So could we bring back up the picture of where you've got the two houses and little house in the background? Sorry, the image. Yeah, that's it. So looking at that, I'm trying to understand, because we've heard that we're going to have skips there to collect the wasted materials, etc. So I'm trying to imagine skips being there and then area clear to get a big truck the size of a refuse truck reversing back into there with a skip there as well, and that what looks like quite a small place to me. So I just wonder what your thoughts are on that. When I look at that, I can't see how logistically that could work.
Yeah, did officers want to?
I was just going to say that they're going to have to manage the site so that they can get their deliveries, and if there was a skip, then they wouldn't be able to get their deliveries. Sorry, go on, Neil.
I think that the site image, it's really difficult to understand the sort of the curvage. Although the red line is further into the Mews, because they've leased out number 1 Hyde Mews, they can use that forecourt, the demise within number 1. Neil, if you could just scroll, where is it? So this area here, ooh, the mouse, this area here could all be used to place the skip and also enable the lorries to reverse and enter the site. Sorry, can we do that again?
If you just allow officers, I'll come to you afterwards. Yeah, go ahead.
This area here.
Sorry, what is that area?
So this is the demise of number 1 Hyde Mews, which the applicant is leasing.
So that's an area that the applicant can use to store skips or whatever.
Exactly.
So in relation to that, where is the pavement that they'll be reversing it into?
It's an entire forecourt area. It's all sort of cobbled. It's all hard standing, this entire area to the front.
Sorry, so where's the entrance? Sorry.
The entrance is here. That's the entrance off Darling Road. And then you've got Cressy Court to the north. Those are the gates that you're seeing in that site image here.
So where the mouse is now is where the gates are.
Yeah.
And the vehicles would be reversing into there.
Yeah, so it looks tight, but as you enter into the mews, it expands.
Yep, Councillor Harvey, did you have any follow-up?
Darling Road is my next one. So that road, because I'm quite familiar with that area, is en route to Ravenscourt Park. So in addition to the schools, you do have a lot of young families who've got children who are on the bikes and walking, and they use that route to get to the park. So I'm quite concerned about the volume of trucks that we've talked about and how that would, the safety for those residents.
That's why we've restricted the times of the deliveries and during the demolition and construction phase, to avoid the times when families would be travelling to school or returning home from school.
I'd also, sorry, just to add to that, it's quite small on screen, but there is a proposed work programme that highlights during the demolition phase that's expected to last 6 weeks, and then the types of vehicles and the number of vehicles that are expected during each phase of the development. And again, as Catherine mentioned, that's something that could be enforced and they could consistently check on to make sure that it's acting in accordance to this plan.
Thank you. But my other point was more because I appreciate the need to avoid the school times, but that doesn't address the issue of families with people with young families who aren't yet going to school but would like to travel to the park safely. That road is extremely busy as it is, so having more traffic on it, and I think even the report refers to it being a very busy area, I don't see how that can mitigate the risks to families who might be traveling in that road but not using it for school out during those times that you're talking about restricting, but will still be accessing that road. So that's my concern.
Can I mean, from my perspective, I'm just assessing the documents that have been submitted, how it aligns with guidance. If we was to, for example, reduce the number of vehicle movements per day to the site, then the duration of the build would take longer. If we restrict the size of the vehicles similarly, then we would require more vehicle movements. And so it's about trying to strike a balance. There is, as part of the, just following up on the safety point, as part of the construction and demolition vehicles, there is other legislation and requirements across the freight industry in terms of safety. So all the vehicles that would be arriving to the site would have to be signed up to FORS, which is a freight operator recognition scheme. And as part of that, all the drivers have training on road safety aspects in relation to awareness of cyclists, trying to make as part of TfL's guide policies on Vision Zero, trying to reduce conflict between HGVs and vulnerable road users. So although it's not written in the demolition and construction management plan, there is other stuff. There's other matters in terms of safety and conflict with vulnerable residents that's addressed within the wider guidance on FORS.
Any other questions? No? Yep.
I would like to know more about how any impact on our clean air neighbourhoods and climate change.
Similarly, in relation to fours and to wider guidance across London with the ULEZ, etc., there's very strict regulations on the category of the vehicles that would be arriving at the site. So they would not be very polluting in that sense. And going back to the point about if we was to restrict the size of the vehicles, then we would actually have more vehicles which would have more of an impact on air quality as well.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, any other questions?
I might come back to something. I'm just formulating it in my head.
No worries. Any other questions in the meantime? Yeah, Councillor Carmel.
Yes, thank you. I may have misheard, and I'll bow to the committee's collective memory, but I thought that during the speeches that were given to us at the start, that they said that the lease on 1 Hyde Mews had fallen through and it wasn't going to be available for the did I mishear that?
I think they were laying out the timeline of the sort of back and forth negotiation, and at one point it fell through, and then now they have, as far as I understand, and officers seem to confirm that they do have.
Right, I was busily writing notes from the speeches, and I may have missed the second part.
But just to double check, they do have use of 1 Hyde Mews.
That's correct. Fine.
Okay.
Just clarification. The next thing, can we put up the swept path analysis picture again, please? Thank you. I'll wait for it to come up on here so I can blow it up. But I noticed in paragraph 4.4 of the report, it says that 1 parking bay will be suspended. Where is the 1 parking bay that is going to be suspended? Because I would have thought that opposite side would have been easier for getting in and out, because it's quite a tight turn on there. Do we know which bay will be suspended?
It's the area where you see the vehicle overrun, the path of the vehicle overruns the parking bay. Where you see any encroachment on the vehicle path into the marked parking bays, that's where the suspension would be required.
Thank you. And sort of finally, in 4.6 of the report, it says the lorries will be quickly loaded. What is the officer definition of quick? Because we've all seen basement excavations and how long a conveyor takes to fill up a lorry, and it's quite often well over 45 minutes before the narrow conveyor belt delivers enough spoil into that. What would officers consider to be an acceptable time limit for quickly loading a lorry?
There isn't a technical definition on quickly, but you would imagine that what usually happens, because you would imagine that they would be storing material ready for being removed. For example, once the skip's been filled, that it would be taken away, and you would imagine that. Maybe the reference to quickly is not appropriate.
Any other questions, no?
Just a comment.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do remember this application, and I was bothered by it last time, and I did vote against the granting of planning permission. But we are where we are. I still have concerns about access and the swept path analysis and so forth, and I can't see down the photographs of 1 and 2 and the access to the rest of Cressy Mews. And so, as I previously hinted at, I would like to propose a deferment of this decision so that those committee members who wish to can go down and inspect the site, because I think it is very tight, and I want to look down Cressy Mews as well, which wasn't, to my satisfaction, adequately displayed during the presentation.
Okay, so first we'll see if there are any other questions, and then before we get to voting, we can vote on whether or not to defer the application. Are there any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Harvey?
May I just ask one? Sorry.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I feel like I'm having so many questions tonight. Just looking at that photo image and just visualizing a truck reversing into it, I have a concern that the walls could get damaged on either side of those gates. And then if it's not picked up, that potentially they could become unsafe for residents, like they could topple over or something. So how would the vehicles ensure that, one, they didn't hit that very narrow walls, and secondly, if they did, that something would be done about it to ensure it's safe for residents?
Well, in terms of, you would imagine that the vehicles would have sensors on them, so that they, in a similar way that cars do, where you could pick up if there was, you know, something physical like a wall. So that, but there is no reference in the demolition construction plan about how they would make good the walls or the piers of the gates.
Okay, any other comments or questions? No? Okay.
Oh, could I just
Yeah,
add,
of course,
in
go ahead.
terms of the swept path analyses, in the demolition and construction management plan on page 18, section 3.7, it notes that the maximum construction vehicle will be 9.5 meters in length, 2.5 meters in width, and 3.5 meters in height. And then in terms of the construction logistics plan, we've not seen the swept path analysis for that, but there is a separate swept path analysis submitted within the construction logistics plan, which outlines the swept path for a sort of a standard 9.1 meter length lorry. So those are the plans that the transport colleagues have looked at, and they're quite comfortable with the safety of the swept path analysis submitted.
Okay, so
9.1 meters in length. No, so not 4.9. So in the actual demolition and construction management plan, on page 18 of the actual plan itself, it gives you a list of the types of construction vehicles that would be using the site.
It's on the screen.
And it's on the screen as well right now. I don't know if we can zoom in to that, could we, Neil? Just the bottom. And it shows you the maximum length. So we can see 9 and then a 7.2 and an 8. But within the actual construction logistics plan, you can see the swept path analyses for a vehicle of 9.1 meters in length.
okay, maximum width of a vehicle will be 2.5 meters.
That's right, yeah.
And what is the width of the opening of the gate?
3.7 meters.
3.7 meters. Okay. Is that including the posts? Or is that the available open space, not including the posts?
Yeah, it's not clear whether that includes the posts, I think.
Okay. Okay. Sure. Are there any other comments or questions? No. No? Okay. So firstly, Councillor Carmel's proposal, do you have a seconder? Okay. Now we'll take a yes.
Sorry, just through the chair. I should point out to committee that if they did vote to defer this, I can't guarantee that we would be able to bring it back to committee I'm conscious that the likely next available committee for this would be the 16th of January. And it may well be that the applicant decides it's in their interest to appeal on non-determination, and therefore it would be taken off us, and it would go to the plan inspector to make the decision. And officers clearly our view would be that it would likely be successful on appeal.
Okay, thank you for that. So we'll vote on whether or not to defer this application. Councillor Verdier, do you vote for or against?
Against.
Councillor Harcourt?
Against.
Councillor Harvey?
For.
Councillor Souslous?
Against.
Councillor Walsh?
Against.
Councillor Carmel?
For.
Councillor Pascu Tibore?
For.
And I vote against. So I believe that means we will not be deferring this application, if I've counted that correctly. So now we'll vote on, now we'll move on to voting. So we'll first vote on recommendation 1, and that includes the 3 informatives that were mentioned as well. And recommendation 1 is on page 81. Councillor Chavot-Verdier, will you be voting for, against, or not voting?
For.
Councillor Harcourt?
For.
Councillor Harvey?
Against.
Councillor Souslous?
For.
Councillor Walsh?
Against.
Councillor Carmel?
Not voting.
Okay, Councillor Pascu Tibore?
For.
And I'll also be voting for. So that recommendation has been approved. And now we will vote, so just one recommendation. Okay, so that application has been approved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we'll move on to item 7, which is 101 to 105 Shepherd's Bush Road. I can see that the report says an addendum has been circulated, but I don't see anything on the addendum about, no, okay, nothing on the addendum there. And I'll just give everyone a moment to leave. And then Neil, when we've got some quiet in the room, then you can begin your report. Thank you. Okay, can I please ask anyone that's not staying for the next item to leave the room? Okay. And now if we're ready to move on, Neil, would you like to go ahead with item 7, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to 101 to 103 and 105 Shepherd's Bush Road. The application is...
Sorry, Neil, is there a presentation? Sorry.
It would help. It's supposed to be sharing. I apologize. Let's try again. Better. Let's try again. No, yeah, 101, 103 and 105 Shepherd's Bush Road. And the application for continued use of the premises of the hostel accommodation on a temporary basis between the 1st of December 2023 and the 30th of March 2024. Planning permission was granted at committee in February 2021 for a temporary use of the properties as hostel accommodation for the rough sleepers. This permission is due to expire at the end of November. This is the site in question. The site is operated by St Mungo's, and the council also are able to locate rough sleepers there. The rough sleepers are assessed and given support and look to move on to other alternative accommodation. This application says for a 4-month period to get through the winter months, after which point the owner of the hotel and guest house had indicated they are not prepared to extend any further, and they would like they would want the hotel use reinstated. At that point, the use would be relocated elsewhere, either in the borough or within the West London area. That's just a photograph of the premises from Shepherd's Bush Road. And this sort of shows the main office is manned, the single entrance, and you can see the CCTV screens on the photograph on the right, which control the entrance and allow the staff to monitor everything. And here the application site is here on the right-hand side. And then this is a route that is patrolled by St Mungo staff twice a day, making note of any antisocial activity that's been undertaken. And if it is one of their own residents, then obviously that may result in action being taken and them being removed from the site. So there's just a couple of photographs showing the accommodation. It's a reasonable standard of accommodation there for the occupiers. And officers are recommending approval for this 4-month temporary period. I've had 20 objections to the proposal and 2 letters of support. I think it's significantly less than when it previously went to committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I please invite Ed Kemsley and Rebecca Purchase to speak in favour of the application? And you have 5 minutes between you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Purchase, the regional head for Hammersmith and Fulham, working for St Mungo's, one of the country's leading homeless charities. So we work in partnership with our local authority to end homelessness and rebuild lives. And we run several types of services, including assessment centres, longer term accommodation, community support and health services in this borough. Today or tonight, through those services, we are helping over 173 clients in this borough. Since Meliora House opened in 2021, over 600 vulnerable homeless clients have been able to access crucial support, as we not only provide a safe space, but also facilitate and support their access to healthcare, mental health and substance use support, alongside employment and education training. As one of our partners from our local mental health teams explains, the hub is more than just a roof over our clients' heads. It provides the opportunity to support a client holistically and provide a safe environment support with meaningful engagement and recovery. Rachel Taylor, who oversees the St Mungo's H&F Rough Sleepers Assessment Hub, shares her thoughts. We have seen so many clients progress into their own safe and sustainable accommodation, and it is a great feeling to know that rough sleeping is now part of that client's history and doesn't need to be part of their future. Some of our favourite parts of this role include seeing clients engage with physical health services that otherwise would be near impossible to access on the streets, and seeing clients take ownership over their story and their recovery, and also spending time together on weekly coffee mornings. And I think really powerfully, one of our clients has shared, "This place has really saved my life. I'd be very lost and bewildered if I wasn't at the hub." Another client also said, "Without this assessment hub, I would be dead. I certainly wouldn't live through this winter. Last winter was really tough on the streets. It's not easy to access housing now, and it means a lot to have the staff here helping me because I haven't got anyone else." Without Meliora House and these services, these clients would be homeless, living in precarious and unsafe circumstances. They would be unable to work towards recovery or any sense of independent living. So we are here today requesting a 4-month extension to continue operating this essential service, where we are seeing clients leave with the skills and the professionals around them to prevent them returning to the streets. For the period after the expiry of this potential permission, we are exploring buildings which St Mungo's own and operate, and that will be able to fulfil the contract. Thank you very much.
Good evening, and my name's Ed Kemsley. I'm from Peacock and Smith, and we're the appointed planning agents for this application. Now, as my clients confirmed, St Mungo's has been operating from the hostel from this site since 2021, and it's obviously provided significant and essential support for those in need. Now, we do acknowledge that the hostel use has resulted in some complaints from local residents since its opening in March 2021. However, the vast majority of these were received within the first 12 months. And St Mungo's has worked hard to ensure impacts are minimised and complaints are dealt with swiftly and effectively each and every time. We would highlight that no complaints have been received by St Mungo's over the past 12 months of its operation. Now, the Good Neighbours Plan was prepared and approved on the previous applications with the aim of preventing antisocial behaviour in the community. Key measures of the plan include requesting guests to sign a community charter and licence agreements, in order to set clear expectations of their behaviour within the service and the community, as well as staff patrols in the local area. Unfortunately, St Mungo's is unable to completely remove the risk of all incidents which could cause disturbance, given the nature of the hostel and its residents. However, the Good Neighbours Plan is a robust and effective plan which has been implemented in full since the hostel opened in 2021, and we could be continued to be implemented up until the end of March next year. As such, we consider the amenities of the neighbours will be protected as a result, and no adverse impacts will arise. St Mungo's is obviously pleased with the officer's recommendation and to approve the application, and we hope that the committee accepts this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to questions for officers. Do we have any questions? No? Okay. Oh yeah, Councillor Carmel.
I'm not aware. I'm afraid.
I also had a look at some of the objections that a number of local residents have put in. And I remember Councillor Harcourt, I think, was concerned about including terms about ensuring that the local area was kept safe. But the residents who have objected to this extension, small though it may be, have said that there's been an increase in antisocial behaviour. Police, fire and ambulance are called weekly to the site. There has been harassment on the streets. Are we aware of environmental health having received any complaints about the operation of the site?
I've spoken to them. They're not aware of any complaints being received.
Okay, all done. Yep. Councillor Harcourt.
Thank you. I must admit, I really can't remember what I said however many years ago. It's interesting, Councillor Carmel, how you always seem to quote me at these meetings for some reason. I don't know what it is, but let me just say, you know, I am fully aware of the work St Mungo's do and the need for people, homeless people, to be looked after and have somewhere to stay that's safe over the coming winter months. Interestingly, 6.8 paragraph on page 100 states sleeping rough is very rarely an active choice. It's somewhat in stark contrast to what our Home Secretary says about homelessness being a lifestyle choice, something that I vehemently oppose.
Just a point of personal explanation. My memory is not that absolutely perfect. I'm quoting from the news story from London News Online. Councillor Wesley Harcourt, Labour and Cabinet Member for the Environment, wanted assurances that St Mungo's contract with the council will include terms about ensuring that the local area is kept safe.
And I gather from hearing from officers, there have been no complaints recently, and also St Mungo's in their presentation said they hadn't received any complaints. Therefore, that particular point, what's the term, QED?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, do we have any other questions? Yes, Councillor Harvey.
Just one very brief one, really. Just along that sort of theme. So in the objections, there's a number of concerns raised. But I also note further down in the report that at paragraph 4.5, that the Metropolitan Police had no comments at this time. So I'm assuming that if they had any serious concerns, we'd be aware of it, and therefore it should be fine.
We consulted with them as we did last time. They had not commented on the previous application. There were several meetings with them to iron out some concerns and to arrange things like the patrols to be carried out and things. So I can only assume that they do not have concerns about the site at this time. No.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, and just to clarify, if we vote to reject this application, then potentially the vulnerable residents of Meliora House might become street homeless during the winter months.
Yes, the permission expires at the end of this month. So
yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and on that, we'll move to voting. So firstly, we will vote on recommendation 1, which is on page 92. Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
4.
Councillor Harcourt.
4.
Councillor Harvey.
4.
Councillor Souslous.
4.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Carmel.
Not voting.
Councillor Pascu-Tibure.
4.
I'll also be voting 4. So that recommendation has been approved. And we'll now vote on recommendation 2, which is on page 92. Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
4.
Councillor Harcourt.
4.
Councillor Harvey.
4.
Councillor Souslous.
4.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Carmel.
4.
Councillor Pascu-Tibure.
4.
And I'll also be voting 4. So that application has been approved. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now we finally move to item 8. Sorry to keep you waiting. 14 Ellingham Road. Neil, once again, can I ask you to please introduce the report?
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to 14 Ellingham Road. The application for erection of a rear roof extension, which involved an increase in the ridge height to match the adjoining property at number 12. Erection of a rear extension at second floor level over part of the existing back addition. A single-story extension to the side of the existing back addition at ground floor level. Roof lights and 1.7 metre obscure glaze screening over the remaining part of the back addition in connection with its use as a terrace. The application site is shown here on the left of Ellingham Road. I've got some photographs, then this aerial photograph above the site. As you can see, the property next door has a pod extension at roof level already. And these are some photos from within the site. So the neighbouring property number 16 has a rear roof extension. And then if you see this view of Ellingham Road from the rear, you can see this is the application site. Roof extension, rear roof extension is quite a common feature in the street. Pod extension here, which was granted planning permission some time ago. And then recently at number 20 Ellingham Road, we refused a rear pod extension, a full depth one, which the applicants went to appeal and the planning inspector had approved it. And since then we also approved a full depth pod on number 22 Ellingham Road. And just looking, this is Percy Road at the rear of the site. You see there's quite a range of extensions, and you see there are terraces on a number of properties here, so it's part of the character. The area, ground floor level, the single story extension would be in this location here. The neighbour at number 16 have got a single story extension up to this point, where this extension would go beyond that. It would not exceed 2 meters in height on the boundary, in line with our standards. You see a couple of roof lights in that extension and one there. That's the first floor plan. And then second floor level, small study office with the terrace there on the rest of the back addition. The ridge height, the roof slope will be shot back to match the ridge height of number 12. There's no higher. Officers are satisfied with that. This elevation sort of shows the 2 meter height there in terms of the neighbour, and the roof extension has been pulled back from the eaves level a little. And again, just a section there. And officers are recommending approval for the development. We had received around about 11 objections, which is why this matter has come before the planning committee for determination. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And last but not least, can I please introduce Charles Kaidan and Jez Flavel to speak in support of this application? You have 5 minutes between you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, officers. Good evening. I'm conscious it's 11 p.m. We've been sitting for 4 hours, so I'll try to keep my comments as succinct as possible. And unless there's any particular interventions that Jez, our architect, needs to make, I'll just try to proceed as precipitously as I can. So I'm Charles Keedon. I'm the owner of the house at number 14 Ellingham Road, together with my partner, Dr. Rebecca Steinfeld. It's our family home for us and our 3 small children who are aged 8, 6 and 1, hopefully tucked up and fast asleep in bed at this point in the evening. We're an active part of the local Greenside school community. Rebecca and I both work in the voluntary sector, and we work from home much of the week. And we're trying to increase our space at home, primarily for our kids, and have a little bit more outside space. We love the local area, work hard to be good citizens and neighbours, work closely with Councillor Rowan Ree to combat antisocial behaviour on the street in recent months. We take our children litter picking in Capitol Park to keep the space clean and set a good example for them. And I'm also in regular contact with Cleaner Greener to keep the street clean. So in short, we try to be a force for good in the area. And it's for that reason, together with our architect sitting beside me, Jez Flavel, that we've also worked really hard with planning officers and neighbours to get this planning application right. We sought to ensure that we balance our family's need to develop our home whilst respecting our neighbours' preferences and complying with all planning policies, as you've heard from Councillor Officer Egerton just a moment ago. So I'd like to make just 3 points in support of our planning application now. The process we followed for our pre-application, the process we followed through our full application, and then just brief comment on the merits and justification in planning terms of the proposal. So turning to the first point, the process we followed, our architect advised us to submit a pre-planning application to clarify the planning policies. We conducted a topographical survey. In light of the planning officer's feedback, we changed material around the roof terrace to obscure glazed panelling to provide privacy and removed the large width single window on the front loft extension, replacing it with 2 smaller windows. You can see that in the paper. At that stage, planning officers didn't raise concern about the height of the ground floor kitchen extension and the discrepancy in the level from our side and the side of our neighbours at number 16. So we made changes to the windows and the roof material, terrace material only, and submitted a full application that took on board the planning officer's comments at that time. Following our full application, the full application included a ground floor kitchen extension, loft conversion that raised the roof, the ridge height slightly to line through with number 12 next door, and a second floor pod room to function as a home office, and roof terrace for adult only quiet outdoor space to supplement our small paved outdoor back garden. When we submitted our full application, we also organised conversations with our immediate neighbours, in particular at number 16 and number 12. And considering their concerns, we made further changes. In response to number 12's questions about a rear second floor extension, we centered it on the center line of the party wall rather than astride the party wall. Regarding the roof terrace concerns, we set the glazed obscure paneling inside the parapet wall to reduce the impact on their outlook. To respond to concerns at number 16 relating to the ground floor extension, and in light of subsequent planning officers' clarifications about the policy of measuring the 2 millimeter height limitation from the lower neighbour's size, we revised our plans again. As you'll see in the papers, the plans now include a sunken area to ensure the height doesn't exceed 2 meters measured from the neighbours at number 16's lower garden level. We did all this in full consultation with our architect and with the planning officer, Ashlyn Merriman, who visited our property. As part of discussions with our neighbours at number 16, we were asked to make further significant design changes, but we concluded, including to alterations to the shape and design of the roofs, but we concluded they just weren't feasible. They were beyond our budget and outside our power, as they would have required the involvement of multiple third parties, nor were they required in planning terms. So finally, I just want to explain why the planning application itself, over and above the process I believe we've followed assiduously, should merit your approval this evening. First, we note, as actually was just noted just a moment ago, that other houses on Ellingham Road already have much larger second floor rear extensions. Numbers 20 and 22 have recently been granted planning permission for full rear extension, as noted in the papers. There are also numerous nearby roof terraces that have been approved. Directly opposite us at the back at number 106 Percy Road has 2 roof terraces at both second and third floor level, and there is another roof terrace a few doors down on Percy Road too. These are actually lovely, well-tended spaces full of flowers and lights that enhance the properties and the wider area. And as the council has already approved these roof terraces, as well as much larger rear extensions
and as your planning team has considered the proposals and unanimously, to the best of our knowledge, offered its support, believing there to be no planning issues, we think the case for this committee to approve our application is merited, especially in the absence of any other objectors here this evening. So in summary, at considerable time, cost and effort, we've complied with all the planning policies and sought and followed planning officers' guidance from start to finish. We've showed good neighbourliness by discussing our plans with our neighbours and making changes to our designs in light of their reasonable concerns. And we're only now asking you for modest changes to approve modest changes to our property to expand our family home and future-proof it for our needs and the needs of our young children as they grow up. So we respectfully ask you, please, to consider the planning officer's recommendations favourably in approving our planning application this evening. Thank you all very much for your forbearance, given that it's now well past 11 o'clock.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks. Were there any further comments then? Okay, thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to questions. Are there any questions? No, Councillor Pascal-Tiberi?
Just the one. Just to confirm that we're talking about improvements to a house, very similar to improvements that immediate and very close neighbours already enjoy.
Yes, that's correct.
No.
Any other questions? Yeah, Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, just one. There were some comments about overlooking from the proposed terrace. So I just wanted to clarify from officers if that's a concern.
Yeah, I mean, the screens on the terrace are considered to be satisfactory to deal with the overlooking. A neighbour did suggest having lower screens to have less impact on light, and never mind the privacy, but I mean, we considered on balance that it was more important to protect privacy for the occupiers and future occupiers, and the glazed screen will still allow enough light through that won't cause sensible harm.
Okay, if there are no further questions, we'll move on to voting. Firstly, on recommendation 1, which is on page 111, Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
4.
Councillor Harcourt.
4.
Councillor Harvey.
4.
Councillor Souslis.
4.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Carmel.
4.
Councillor Pascal-Tiberi.
4.
I'll also be voting 4. So that recommendation has been approved. Now we vote on recommendation 2, which is also on page 111. Councillor Chabot-Verdier.
4.
Councillor Harcourt.
4.
Councillor Harvey.
4.
Councillor Souslis.
4.
Councillor Walsh.
4.
Councillor Carmel.
4.
Councillor Pascal-Tiberi.
4.
I'll also be voting 4. So that application has been approved. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to thank everyone for attending or watching tonight's meeting. The minutes of the meeting will be published shortly, and they'll be formally approved in our next meeting on Tuesday, 5th of December, 2023. And if you have any questions or queries, please contact the case officer in the application report. Thank you very much. Good night.